Well, I will read it. Yes. City thermos?
It's all right. Happy anniversary. How long have you been there?
I know you're gonna want some.
I don't read it. I read August more. Any cups in there?
Over here.
Coffee cup?
Coffee cup, glass coffee cup.
Is it gonna be that late?
Jill said he wanted coffee from now on, so I brought coffee.
Okay.
That was just me. Smells so cheap.
Well, got it.
All right, everyone. Welcome to the July 13th, 2023 BAR small meeting. My name is Lindsay Van Sandbrook, and I'll be your chairwoman today. Present with me today are board members Bill Turner, Billmore Wilson, Bill Huey, and Julia Martin. City staff present today are Frankie Pinto, BARS Administrator, and Linda Bennett, Senior Preservation Planner, and Maggie Creech, City Corporation Counsel. The order of today's meeting will be as follows. For each application, we'll start with an introduction by city staff, given for the benefit of the board and the public. This will be followed by the applicant's presentation. You'll have a 10-minute time limit, and everyone speaking on behalf of the project, this is owners, designers, consultants, developers, should speak during the applicant presentation versus during the public comment period. By ordinance, the board can ask questions of the applicant at any time. By custom, we do so in the close of the applicant's presentation. This will be followed by public comment. We'll hear from members of the public. If you are speaking as a member of the public, please approach the podium and state your name first and last for the record and your address so we can note if you're a neighbor nearby. I will also read any public comment into the record. Public comment will be followed by city staff comments and recommendations. Once we've heard from the public and city staff, the applicant will have a 5-minute period of time to clarify or respond to anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments and recommendations. Again, this is not a time to reopen your presentation, simply to clarify or to respond to anything raised. Once we have heard from the applicant and the public, we'll move into board discussion and vote. The following items have been withdrawn or deferred this evening: 54 Church Street. Please turn off all cell phones and beepers, and please limit your comments to architecture only, which is the purview of our board. Comments related to zoning, livability, lot concerns are not within the purview of this board and should not be voiced here. I want to say that I know we have a controversial item on the agenda this evening, and keep in mind we have a full agenda, folks, with full 15, 12, 14 items, so I'd like everyone to be cognizant of that. Keep your comments to a minimum if you could. All right, agenda item number 1 is approval of the minutes from the June 22nd, 2023 meeting. I'll make a motion to approve with a few changes. Agenda item number 7, which was 5 Rose Lane, the motion should end with final review by staff. Agenda item number 9, the motion was made by Martin, second by Huey, with a vote of 5-4, 0 against. And finally, agenda item 14, the motion was made by Martin. Do I have a second to my motion? Second. All right, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, the motion passes. Agenda item number 1, B1, 68.5 Lee Street. Frank, you to give us an introduction overview, please.
Yes, ma'am. 68.5 Lee Street is not surveyed in East Side circa 1900. I actually have some revisions to that date. In the historic materials demolition purview. They're requesting complete demolition of 2 existing structures. This is the property's location on Lee Street. Some existing site photos. And a Sanborn map showing the history of the property. And the property card showing 2 buildings on the site as of 1969. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Tony Disu, Next Village Development Services. I'm glad that the Sanborn maps were on there. There's just a couple things that I wanted to add that I did not have at the time of the application. One is just, noting that the buildings have not had power connected since 2004. Smaller item, but just so assuming that they were abandoned since that point. But a larger item that I wanted to introduce was that a structural engineer, Mr. Stephen Caskey, who I work with, was a consultant for the city of Charleston, and he did do a structural report on these buildings in 2010. The report was April 29, 2010, but the actual inspection was April 8th, 2010. I don't have them to hand out, but I do want to just kind of read off some points that he made. He has 2 separate reports on both properties. I saw that you had the photo of the other building before it got overgrown with vegetation, but this is the building before the fire, the residential, circa 2010. In regards to the residential, which front presentation, I'll just refer to that residential and the other one commercial. I'll just read word for word kind of where he was with this. He says, the structure is considered unstable in its current condition. Wall studs that could be inspected were deteriorated near the sill. The front foundation wall stucco is cracked. The roof is bowing. The interior ceilings has signs of water damage. The north back wall is leaning northward and has significant deterioration. It is a gable end wall, which is not load bearing, but it is important for lateral stability. The foundation elements that were inspected are inadequate and are deteriorating. And at this time, he gave the deterioration percentages of the following elements as the roof being 30%, ceiling 30%, floor 30%, and the foundation was 100% deteriorated. We do not know what the date of the fire was, but and again, thank you guys for your time this morning coming out. But since that time, the building has been pretty much completely burned. After this report was done somewhere between 2010 and I think maybe in early 2000. I'm not 100% sure. But that's the residential building, and then I'll go over to the commercial side, which as a CMU structure isn't as vulnerable to elements and sitting there vacant. But some good points that he does bring up here is that the structure is considered unstable in its current condition. The window surrounds are deteriorated. The roof is the water type is suspect, as staining was noted on the ceiling on the interior. Some cracking was noted in the CMU wall out the window. The structure can be stabilized by repairing the roof to prevent further deterioration from the interior, but based on the structure can be renovated and restored economically, in our opinion. However, it is doubtful that the CMU walls are reinforced, and this probably cannot meet today's building code requirements. Again, this was in 2010, and I'll keep the rest short. We know what the buildings are, but just kind of bringing up that point of where he is at with meeting today's building code requirements, and we respect what the reluctance is for demolition in the city, and it's done great things for us. But just kind of looking at this from an urban planning standpoint, and I know we don't want to talk about zoning and things like that, but this lot it is zoned DR2F. I won't do math or anything, but current coverage is 842 square foot, which is 44%. And that only allows for 35. So there is no option to kind of extend or make these buildings bigger. So really it kind of ties your hands with the residential building being so small and significant and insignificant. It's really relatively the size of a hotel room there without the ability to expand. So this will always kind of be a substandard housing regardless of what condition it is in. We would love to do everything in our power to try to revitalize. In this case, it would pretty much be a complete due to the fire. I know it could potentially be done. I don't know how much of the original building materials would still be there after that. But it would still be inadequate living to today's standards, and also would be hard to meet building standards and building code today. And the same thing with the other building as far as functionality for a commercial STEM building with an ADU bathroom. It really would eat up into that space. So just in conclusion, our main objective here is to restore this corner in this neighborhood. It's a revitalized neighborhood, multifamily that's going there, and there's great things that are happening with the restoration of the high school and planning there. And I think it's great, but really our idea here is just to bring this corner back to a productive and functioning piece of the neighborhood. And with these structures to where they are, the non-conforming, it kind of makes that impossible. It ties our hands as well as people who have owned it in the past, and which is why I believe it's continued to sit there. It's been condemned and become a home for the less fortunate, and also is a liability, as we can see with the fire damage. And again, I appreciate everyone's time for everything, but that's kind of where we're at with this. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Disu. Did I say that right? Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Do you happen to know the flood zone, the grade elevation versus the current FEMA requirement?
Yes,
for the
so
dwelling?
on the map, so on the FEMA map, the backside of this lot kind of comes back here to where it's X, and it skims the back of this side. I do not know, it's not AE, but the flood zones do split in the middle of this property. I'm not 100% sure what the actual flood zone is.
Okay.
That's in the front corner of it.
And then if I could just ask, how long your clients have owned the properties?
The current owner of this property, I believe, has had this since 2017.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Disu. Okay, do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Hi, name is Kevin Everly. Almost 2 years ago to the date, I came to a BAR meeting to oppose the demolition of a little house very similar to this one over at 5 Shepherd Street. Here, the exact same pitch. The building was needed to be torn down. They had a structural report. They had fire in the house, flood zone issues, and the regular usual suspects there. And I was opposed to the demolition. Thankfully, the board unanimously agreed that it should not be torn down. I ended up buying the house, which we'll see how that turns out in the long run. But I ended up buying that house, and as we speak, there's a team of contractors over there restoring the house, with FEMA variations and all of that. So I'm totally opposed to the demolition of even simple, small, contributing houses for the sort of reasons that the applicant has run off. The house, one of the concerning things is that the applicant apparently did no real looking into the history of the buildings to continue his terminology. The residential building was built in 1896 for Edward Fennick, whose family, there's a longer story there, but his family owned it for many years. And it's consistently been used as a rental property. The Fennicks actually lived in the 2-story house to the east, but it's consistently been used as a residence for throughout that entire period. And it's true to that period. I know that it has had some damage, no question about that, but it's not a lost cause, to be sure. The commercial building probably was built 55 to 58, I guess, when it was first occupied by Smitty's bar and restaurant. Calder Smith at the time owned it, and he lived in the house immediately to the north. I've got the address 108 Nassau maybe or something like that. I'm gonna guess, without having done a hard dive into it, I'm gonna guess that Smitty was probably Calder Smith, and it was probably his business, but can't go to the map on that. But in any event, the building was 1950s. I'm not a crazy person, despite what people may think. I'm not a crazy person. The commercial building is not a marquee property, to be sure. I mean, it's been there 75 years or so. I hate to see it go, except the house. I would hate to see the house demolished, knowing that it can be redone. It's had some ups and downs, to be sure, but I would totally oppose the demolition of that.
April Wood, Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for demolition of the 2 historic structures at 68 and Hathaway Street, and we thank the applicant for the time this morning at the site visit. Unfortunately, the buildings are in poor condition and will require extensive work to rehabilitate. It appeared to us at the site visit that the historic Freedman's Cottage can be rehabilitated because this is an important vernacular architectural style in Charleston, and because there is a limited quantity of these historic buildings, it is important to make every effort to preserve the Freedman cottages that remain. We recommend denial for the demolition of this structure. Regarding the corner store, although this is newer construction from the mid-1900s, the structure is still considered historic. Corner stores contribute to vibrant communities, and we believe it is important to retain the historic form and character of this structure. We respectfully recommend denial of this portion of the application as well.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We also had the chance to visit the site this morning. We thank the applicant for their time, but we are on the same page as the previous 2 speakers. We are not supportive of this demolition request. Both of these structures are characteristic of unique historic building types in the East Side neighborhood. In particular, the Freedman's Cottage is an important example of local vernacular architecture in Charleston, and this particular example appears to retain its historic form and a significant level of historic material and we have seen buildings in far worse condition successfully rehabilitated. And while the corner building is undoubtedly much newer than the cottage next door, it's still important to understand its age and condition. I feel more information is needed to adequately assess options for both buildings, so we would encourage the applicant to engage a structural engineer experienced in working with historic buildings to develop an updated preservation plan and structural evaluation of the property since the last one was conducted over 10 years ago. Thank you.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? All right. Oh, we have one written public comment submitted. Aaron Pope at 109.5 Hanover Street. I've lived at 109 since 2019. Previously lived at 204 Nassau. Having lived for 14 years within one block of these buildings, I wholeheartedly support the demolition. Previous owners have been at best absentee. Both buildings have been allowed to deteriorate and the property has been consistently overgrown. It is frequently used as an unofficial camping living site. The visibility of the site combined with the poor condition of the property creates broken windows effect that diminishes the livability of the neighborhood. Any historic context of the site was destroyed by the Cooper River bridges. Further damage to the neighborhood's character has been inflicted by the city through the construction of several large multi-story apartment buildings. The corner building in particular is of no architectural or historical significance. Removing these buildings will allow appropriate reinvestment. And that is all of our public comment. Frankie, if you'll give us the staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff just had a couple observations. The residential structure, we had the date of 1896, we had originally gotten the commercial structure dated to 1971, then we, after I wrote this comment, we had gotten it back at least to 1969. The corner of the commercial building, the cutout corner, is typical of the neighborhood and is the only remaining character defining feature. And the residential structure is vernacular to the neighborhood with many intact character defining features which should be retained. Staff recommendation is approval for the commercial building and denial for the residential building.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Dessou, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment for the city staff comments?
Yes, I would.
And if you could approach the
yeah.
podium, please.
I didn't catch anyone's names or anything like that, but I do appreciate everyone's feedback. And again, I fully am supportive of the reluctancy to demolish historical buildings and things like this. I'm not sure if you have seen the inside of the building, and I'm sure maybe people have heard this spiel before, but it is significantly damaged. There would be no sort of, every single piece in there would be replaced. I've seen great projects. I'm not sure Shepherd Street. I've seen Freeman Cottages be repaired, and I understand that. But the inside of this facility is every piece of crushed on the inside and torn down. Again, I'm not just here to try to demolish the story. I think that that's a really important part of Charleston and why it's such a great place and why people want to live here and why VAR is so renowned. And but again, I'm not just trying to come in here and demolish them. I do respect. I want to go on record saying that the history and what these buildings are and what they respect. This particular building right here, I think there's been great effort across the city of Charleston to restore these Freeman cottages, and I've seen, and I know there's a diminishing amount of them, but if you go to other cities that don't have what we have in place to protect them, they're all gone. But I think that we do have a lot saved, and if there was a possibility, I'm a general contractor, I've talked to the structural engineers, I just don't think that there will be any kind of historical significance left of this particular building if we did try to go and fix it. And again, thank you everyone for your comments. That's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dessou. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I think I'm kind of on the same page as staff, although I can absolutely imagine someone adopting the corner store and turning it into something really vibrant and cool. But I definitely think that there's enough integrity despite the fire and despite all the neglect at the cottage that it is worthy of being restored. And I just think about the Jackson Street cottages a block away that were in arguably worse condition, and now they're, wonderful. So
I tend to agree. As far as the Freedman's Cottage goes, it's they are sort of a rarity almost here in Charleston. We've lost so many of them, and it's a shame to lose any more. Yes, it has suffered some fire damage, and I did look inside of it from the rear, and it suffered some termite damage. But we've seen far worse buildings rehabilitated. When the bridges went through, the old bridges across the street, it wiped out a huge swath of the neighborhood. I think it's important to try to preserve this side of the street as the entire other side of the street is gone. As far as the corner building goes, a little on the fence with that, but it's been reclad and CMU cladding. It's kind of hard to tell what's beneath it. So I might would want to see that one deferred until maybe some exploratory surgery is done to it and see what's underneath it. But I definitely would like to see the Freedman's Cottage saved, and I think it can.
I agree with my fellow board members, and I think with staff. As Bill stated, though, the corner store, I guess we've determined it's probably 50s or 60s. Is that correct?
We have verified it back to 69. It was not on the 1955 Sanborn maps, but we haven't found anything between those two dates.
So it's okay. So we say 69, the construction fits. It's modern CMU block, and it's not a great piece of work. I struggle a little bit just because what has happened in this neighborhood and across the street, and there's so few of these small early buildings left. I struggle a little bit with the corner store. I think the Freedman's Cottage should be saved and rehabilitated. And like, I'm a little on the fence about the corner store because it is a much later building.
I tend to agree with staff's comments and recommendation. Obviously, the little Freedman's Cottage, you go up in a neighborhood like this. I just stood there this morning looking across the street at those giants that have gone up in that corridor, the bridge, and turn around and look at this little building that's been hanging on for dear life for 100+ years. And if that's not motivation enough to try to continue to give it life, that's one thing that we try to do as a board. I understand the issues of the physical issues at hand, the structural issues, etc. One thing that I've said repeatedly, especially recently, is that by us denying demolition, what we're saying is that we need to retain the form of that building. There's enough detail there that's documented that building can be reestablished. However much of it is original, obviously, is subject to salvage and what you can do with it. But I'd like to see the residential building saved. The commercial building, I believe Mr. Eberly maybe found some documentation that said 50s, and I think from our assessment this morning, we were thinking it was probably 50s construction as well. It's hard to believe that things from the 50s are considered old and historic, but that building, I think it probably had a pretty important social function at one point in its life, but architecturally, I'm not really seeing a lot there. So for that reason, I would support staff's recommendation for demolition of the commercial and saving the residential.
I have nothing to add. I'm on. Fellow board member Bill.
Okay, I'll make a motion for approval of demolition of the commercial building and denial of the residential building.
have a motion on the floor for approval of demolition for the commercial building and denial of demolition for the residential building. Do I have a second? The motion to a vote, Bill Turner?
And this was split into two.
Well, it's one motion, so.
Hey,
Fillmore?
Nay.
Bill Huey?
Yeah.
And favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes 3-4, 2 against. Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 213 East Bay Street. Frank, you could give us an introduction and overview of the project, please.
213 East Bay is a category 4 in the French Quarter, so it's 288 in the Northern Historic District. This is an appeal of a staff decision for writing signs. This is the property's location on East Bay Street. Some existing site photos. And also got some previous images of the building. Let's turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. My name's Jonathan. I work with Brook Signs. First, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. Frank, if we could go to the last 2 pages just to get right to the proposal and go backwards. One more if you don't mind. So what we're proposing is a right angle sign. It's 8.68 square feet, non-illuminated, has dimensional graphics. The white logo have it, kind of like that marquee design. The rest of the sign is constructed out of aluminum tubing and then 2 aluminum faces. Those are painted as well as the dimensional logo is made out of acrylic, which would also be painted white. All the finishes would be gloss. The framing and then which would create a border, and then the edge of the sign is also painted in metallic gold. The tealish color is brand color from the establishment themselves. The bracket would be welded onto the frame of the right angle sign. We're proposing 2 guide wires just for some added stability, given that it does extend 7 inches out over the sidewalk. We are abiding by the IBC code for extending 2/3 over the sidewalk. We have that 70 inches, which is well under the 2/3, if that's a concern. But otherwise, we attempted to get this done over staff. It was denied twice, with not very much direction on what to do. We were told that it streetscape. I'm still trying to understand myself, given that there are, Frankie, if you could go back a couple slides, many right angle signs along the streetscape that walking as a pedestrian, you are walking under and around, including the gigantic South Broad sign that's all seated that has about 10,000 guide wires on it. So I included those just for reference, since Travis said, it's a streetscape kind of issue, so I want to make sure that it was referenced. Not to repeat what Frankie showed, but there are some historical photos on the previous slide. Not going back too far, but just to show, one more slide for everything. Going backwards to the beginning.
I'm sorry.
Again, not way far into the past, but just to show there have been multiple right angle signs there. There are multiple right angle signs along the street. That is our proposal.
Thank you. Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant? Do we have anyone speaking from the public? no written public comments submitted. Frankie, if you give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, I have some information on the precedence images provided, if the board has any questions on those. The proposed sign was more than half the width of the sidewalk, which was why staff originally denied it. And then just information for the board, it was denied by staff in the permit in May. And the comments were the sign projects too far into the sidewalk, overwhelming the pedestrian experience. The proposed right angle sign detracts from the architecture of the building, and the proposed sign is not in keeping with the context of the streetscape. And staff previously denied it, so our recommendation was denial.
Thank you, Frankie. Jonathan, did you want to respond to anything raised in the city staff comments or recommendations?
I tried to basically tackle all of those three comments as I presented. The extension of the sidewalk, streetscape, as well as just the overall square footage and pedestrian experience. So felt like we had a lot of those in this revision because there was a first proposal, very different type of sign, but again, trying to abide by what the comments that were provided, although very abstract and vague. Really tried to reel it in and get something that the city could approve. But see. So thank you again.
Thank you. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Frankie, which of these addresses is slightly old?
192, yes. I found a BR application from 1993 saying it was a replacement sign and that the pole was existing, but that was the only information that I could pull from that one.
It's an old pole.
The sign that's there, I believe is a sign for that replacement. That place has been there ever since I was a very young man. Well, I go ahead and start. Yeah, there is along that stretch of East Bay, there's a huge variety of right angle signs. There's not a lot of consistency. Some of them have been there a long time. The signs given as examples, they range anywhere from 4 square feet to 24 square feet. That's a wide range there. And what's being proposed is 8.68 square feet. I don't think we should base our decision, or staff should be basing their decisions on what's been approved in the past, things that may be very old before we started reining things in, or things that we put up that weren't approved. We need to be making our decisions on what we think is appropriate for the building itself, and also what we think we should, what sort of average we need to get the whole street into compliance with over the course of time. I think what's being proposed is too large. If we look at King Street, we have a fairly uniform, I think they're about 4 square feet average on King Street. And this is getting close to 9 square feet proposed on this one. So that's a huge difference if you kind of use your King Street size. So I think there needs to be some sort of happy medium between the two. I don't think this is King Street. Right away is much wider. Sidewalks are much wider. So I would like to see something kind of in between what we would normally see the smaller signs on King, and then take into consideration what the width of East Bay Street is.
It's a really thoughtful assessment, and my inclination was to see that it, and maybe in the spirit of compromise, the width could be decreased a little bit. It wouldn't affect the logo itself. The proportions would change a little bit. But if you could just tighten up the width, that would probably do it for me, especially if there was any chance that the guide wires wouldn't be needed anymore. I think it'd be more elegant without them, but So I tend to agree. I don't think this is far off, and East Bay is an appropriate place for right angle signs for pedestrians. And it is a lively, very commercial part of town, but I think there's a little room for compromise here that would still allow the applicant to achieve the goals they're trying to achieve.
I agree with that. I was looking at the logo and it actually looks like it would format pretty well for a square. Even just that difference might make the difference. Just that little subtle pullback in width, as you said, Julia.
Right.
And I would think that that's definitely a viable solution here, because you're right. I mean, there are right angle signs everywhere on East Bay in that area. So it is very pedestrian oriented situation of their businesses, kind of count on that. So I think maybe I don't propose to say how much of a reduction. I'm sure it's a proportional exercise, but again, getting it maybe back to more of a square proportion to fit the logo would work.
You may have responded to my question, but just for purposes of guidance for the applicant, is there a threshold above which we would not want to see the sign? I don't want the applicant to come back with a square sign that's too big.
Because Bill, you were throwing out some numbers and
Right.
I think somewhere, I mean, like I said, I've kind of looked at King Street as an example. It seems like we're trying to average somewhere around 4 feet for on King. The applicant's asking for 8.68, so I think maybe shoot for the middle around 6 square feet. I think would be appropriate for this area.
I agree that I think a larger sign would be appropriate on the street, given the context. Street sidewalks are wider. But I'd be willing to go to 7.
Yeah, I don't think that has to be a hard, fast number. Just somewhere kind of in between those two.
Okay. So would it be appropriate to make a motion for conceptual approval with a board requirement to decrease the square footage?
It would be a deferral, because if it was conceptual approval, I think that would be.
The concept of the logo and the colors and the whatever, it's just
and the presence of a blade sign.
and the presence of the blade.
I don't
So
think
we're all
that's what
comfortable
I'm
covered for
taking.
you?
That's what I'm hearing.
With the board requirement to decrease the width and not exceed.
It's better than that.
I know, and yeah, decrease the width and decrease the overall area thoughtfully.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval. The board comment to decrease the width and overall area thoughtfully. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
Also,
The motion.
I think just from our discussion, that should give staff enough, without giving a hard number, I think that should give staff a range to kind of work with.
All right, put the motion to a vote. Bill Huey,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill Moore,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
Yay in favor.
Bill Turner. Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 3, 17 Orange Street. Frankie, could you give us an introduction and overview of the project, please?
That's great. 17 Orange Street is not surveyed in Charleston, pre-1852 in the Old and Historic District. They're requesting conceptual approval for hardscape alterations, new opening in the wall, removal of paint from the brick, and a change in roof material. This is the property's location on Orange Street. Some existing site photos. and some context of Orange Street. This is the Bridges and Allen map from 1852. And we will turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. This better work?
Yes, sir. If you have an issue, just yell.
Hello, I'm Simmons Young, here on behalf of the owners of 17 Orange Street. I'm going to go through a few historic context images and existing conditions, and I'll review the proposed changes to the building, and then we'll move into the site design project. This is a historic postcard from 1905. It's a photograph that's been hand painted. I'm going to do a zoom in. This is the area in front of what is currently 15 orange. This is the context part of the building in the background. There's a shed roof structure in the location where a wall currently exists, showing alteration of the wall since that time. This is a zoom in of another section of the wall that shows actually the green roof structure with the kitchen house beyond. This is an excerpt from Alice U.D. Smith book in 1917 that talked about this wall on Orange Street. It had a brick finish, and today it has a stucco finish. Of course, they have one else later on in the presentation talks about how Portland's inappropriate in one sample area has extensive cracked interior bricks. This is from 15 Orange Street file in 2000. There was a house built on this land. It had an extra opening in the wall that was approved by BAR for the house. Sanborn maps show that from 1888 to 1944, 17 Orange was part of a larger property. County tax records dating to the 1980s show that Miss Griffith was the grantee for the lots of 15 Orange and 17 Orange, which is the earliest decision that I've known. This is a survey showing the two buildings. And then 17 Orange, the aerial view, Frankie showed. And then this is a view of the two-story masonry structure that was once a kitchen house. It has yellow elastomeric paint and a red terracotta roof tile. Sample, we'll look at it. This tile is normal. The edges of the tile are quite normal. There are not many air bubbles in the clay, and it has a uniform size nail hole. This is existing brick from the crawl space. We just want to explore what was underneath the elastomeric. So the lower left image is 3 applications of the kind by a stripper, and then it took a little bit to get it down to that finish. So we would need to repoint. And let's see. We are proposing a new painted standing seam galvalume roof, hand crimped with 1-inch seam that's more appropriate for the structure, and it matches the existing turn metal roof. New paint on the existing turn metal. And these are just some details that show the hand crimp, the edge detail on the roof.
Thank you, Simmons. My name is Glenn Gardner. I'm the landscape architect for this project at 17 Orange Street. I have 2 charges here on this project, and fund one is to design a new garden and landscape property. The one we're here today to present is the piece that will form that garden design come. I do not take lightly the task of proposing the location and method by which we suggest a new access point to reach 17 Orange, as it is quite a quandary and led to many months of study. Upon researching old plats, Sanborn maps, and photographs, it is very evident that many changes have occurred here over the years. And interestingly, the majority of those visible changes to the landscape and streetscape have happened in the past 25 years. What once was a grand property was subdivided into 13 and 15 Orange, 17 Orange, and 117 Broad. A new wall was built running on the south side of the new property line between 15 and 17 Orange Street, bisecting the former garden space with the historic garden hardscape having been removed in 2000. We have photographs of the historic pathways and materials being removed. This new wall dividing the properties also eliminated the only historic vehicular access to the entire property, as the driveway opening is located at the south end of 13 Orange Street. 13 and 15 Orange also had a historic pedestrian entry gateway, and in 2000, they added a non-essential new pedestrian penetration into the wall, simply to give visual balance to the new home that was built on 13 and 15 Orange, known now as 15 Orange. Now, that 23-year-old opening is near the property line between 15 and 17 Orange Street. After 1971, a driveway opening and gate was added to the historic wall and gate and fence at 117 Broad Street. And that opening has provided access and circulation for the end use, which is now being abandoned for these two properties to return private residences. After determining the history of these properties, we set out to learn more about the wall itself, running alongside Orange Street and its sidewalk. There were some visual clues and inconsistencies that led us to question whether the entirety of the wall was historic or of the same vintage. And we first looked at old photographs and text, as Sims mentioned, and showed you that old colorized photograph. And we learned that the wall had been recorded in text as brick, not as stucco. Photographs then led us to question why there was a variation in height to the wall, and also to acknowledge that a portion of the wall on the south end at 15 Orange Street had previously been open to the property, and in part was occupied by a stable or outbuilding. In order to better understand what we were observing, I suggested we have analysis done on the stucco and brick in the wall. We contacted Meadows Conservation Lab, learned what samples they would need, and provided them with both samples of the peeling stucco and core samples from various points on the wall. We had Mason Bilkent remove these samples from the wall and also make an attempt at removing stucco from the cap of the wall along the property of 17 Orange Street. I'm happy to provide the petrography report to the city if they would like it to be in the record. I have copies of that with me. I know it wasn't submitted in advance, but if you'd like that, I'm happy to submit that for the file.
We'd love to have it for the file.
In the testing we have performed, we have learned that different portions of the wall are of different vintages. The northern portion of the wall is built with reused brick and Portland cement as binding agent. That is then covered with a stucco of Portland. The southern end of the wall at 17 is a more historic construction method based on the core samples, but unfortunately, this entire historic brick wall was covered with Portland cement stucco, presumably to unify its appearance with the newer construction on the northern portion of the wall. Per the petrography report, this is estimated at roughly 1920 to 1930. This would be the date of the Portland stucco on the entire garden wall. The alteration of the wall's appearance, unfortunately, has led to a permanently adhered Portland coating on many portions of the wall. And as we know, Portland does lead to the demise of the brick in the wall itself. Long term, it is likely that the entire wall will need to be either repaired or rebuilt as the remedy to Portland. So with the background now provided, I want to finally dive slightly into our application and the penetration request into the wall. My goal was to acknowledge the task and scope and to create the most harmonious entry possible while absolutely not pretending to create what could be mistaken as a historic opening in the wall. In conducting a survey of other gateways and entryways along Orange Street, the gates are essentially 50% iron and 50% wood. Many of the entryways are stepped back off the street to allow more turning access into the properties. Many of the gateways are grand, with the gates being taller or more fancy than their walls themselves. In hearing public comments from outreach that was conducted, one of the main comments we heard was the request to not lose parking on Orange. So we consulted with an engineer and worked on diagrams and options. The blue, which I know is a little hard to see on screen, lays out the engineer's diagrams as to the turning radius that would be required to enter and exit with a large SUV. There are, of course, other options to narrow this. My initial concept was nearly 5 feet narrower, but we did not at all want to run the risk of creating an opening or creating a driveway that could impact parking on the street, because we've heard loud and clear that parking is not an architectural concern. We did not want to affect that livability item for the residents of the street. We have had this diagram mocked up off-site with cones and cars to verify that a car can enter and exit and not come into contact with cars parked on the street. So from there,
Glenn, you've got about a minute left.
thank you. From there, I'm just going to back up to our removal plan, where we're proposing to remove everything in red, which is the current partial roundabout and parking lot from the former inn. In blue is the area we're asking to open the wall, disassemble, and salvage what break is usable. Then our proposed plan, I decided to acknowledge what we had learned along Orange Street, step the entryway off the street about 6.5 feet to actually widen the turn radius and eliminate some pinch of narrowing of the street. The work begins at the cold joint where 2 vintages of the wall actually change. And I may ask for 1 more minute. In this photograph, you can see the cold joint right down the middle of the photograph on the left. That's where we change from roughly 1920, 1930 wall to the older wall for the research. And on the right, behind the fig vine, you can see the cold joint along with the change in the height of the cap. Looking at the wall down Orange Street, we're looking south. The photograph on the left is the arch and the opening that was added in 2000 when 15 Orange was constructed. And looking to the right is part of the damaged wall where the live oak tree at 117 Broad Street is pushing on the wall. Some close-up views of damage to the wall in the bottom right, where the Portland is actually peeling off down toward the bottom. And the bottom left, you can see where the Portland was actually molded to create the detail on the historic wall cap, and that Portland absolutely cannot come off of the wall without ruining the wall entirely. And then finally, back to, this is also a summary, and I know the board members have all had this in advance of study. This is a quick summary of the petrography report. And then finally, the elevation that we are proposing conceptually of the wall. I was very careful not to eclipse the height of the current wall on site. We know from history that this wall was initially brick. I have decided to propose pillars that are brick. They are 22 inches square, which is less than half, or about half the size of the pillars on the entryway at the historic opening down at 15 and 13 Orange, and a rather understated iron gate, just simply conceptual. But again, our goal is not to eclipse the height of the wall or make a statement with us. Thank you.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
I have a couple. One for, I'll start with Glenn. Would you be able to kind of point to where on the existing wall drawing those samples were taken? Is that something you could do?
So if I go here.
Maybe on your elevation?
Yeah, I think, Julia, it's probably easiest, and I don't think the pointer works, does it?
It does, but not very well.
So if I may come here, our samples, we had more samples taken than we had matters analyzed. Determined that several of those samples were the same. And so we had them analyze samples that appeared different in makeup. So this being the main house at 117 Broad Street, we had a sample taken right beside the pedestrian gateway at 117 onto Orange Street. We had another sample taken right near the property line that was added where 17 Orange was divided off. We had another sample taken here near the Dominion Transformer easement, behind the Dominion Transformer. And those were both core samples and stucco samples. And some of our report speaks to both the brick and mortar makeup inside the wall and the stucco adhered to the outside. And then there are also some stucco samples where we were able to peel stucco off portions of the wall. So the report has samples of those. And then we did not, of course, go down to another owner's property, but the stretch of wall that we've been referencing goes from here to the corner of the house at 117 down. This is the large live oak in the photos, property line, on down to the property corner between 17 and 15 Orange. This is the wall that was built in 2000. Come down to the pedestrian gateway that was added in 2000. Down to the older pedestrian gateway at 15, and then to the driveway and gates that initially served the whole neighborhood.
One more question. I'm sorry, Julie, you have another? Just one more question. So Glenn, the cold joint you were pointing out is just there to the left of your blue.
Yeah, Bill, the cold joint is at the blue.
At the edge of the blue.
And that's how we decided where to begin the design work to allow the story of the wall to remain that, you know, this wall did end here and pick up here. The other thing we were working on, obviously, is the grand live oak that we could not push any closer. We're 20 feet off the live oak, which is what's required.
In the documentation or in the presentation, you were mentioning that the research was saying that part of the wall, or excuse me, the part of the, I guess you said the stucco, somewhere around 1920s.
1929, 1930.
And was that what that would be, sort of from the cold joint south?
The entirety of the wall was stucco.
I'm sorry, the stucco. Could you tell anything about at the cold joint? You said that some research was done also with the brick.
Right.
Just trying to determine.
So north of the cold joint, it is all appears to be either rebuilt wall or built with brick rubble, all with Portland mortar. South of the cold joint, all appears to be older mortar with the wall encapsulated into it.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for Simmons as well. Do you have a theory what the original roof material would have been for the kitchen house, or?
Maybe wood shingle, originally, it's, you know, at that age, 1760s it could have been, and then probably returned. But I have not gotten up in the attic. There is slate on site for the other house, that used to be part of this property. So that made that option. We do have that turn metal on this, you know, on the existing portrait of this.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you all. Okay, we'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? And I'll just recognize you. Go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Edward Bennett. I live at 16 Orange Street, directly across from the subject property, the Edward Roberts house. I oppose the proposed demolition of the 18th century wall along Orange Street. And I know you've received numerous written comments. I just want to highlight three particular concerns. As an initial matter, parking and livability has been a concern of the residents. The measurements and drawings included in this presentation, although well-intentioned, fail to reflect practical realities on Orange Street. I've gone out a number of times in the past week to measure by hand. Cars are generally parked 4.5 to 5 feet out into the street, considerably more than the 3 feet 8 inches that were assumed by the engineers for their calculations. This will end up removing at least 2, if not 3 parking spaces. Street where parking is already an extreme premium. More importantly, though, this long, continuous colonial era wall that spans 4 lots along Orange Street is an integral part of the streetscape. To repeat that quotation that we saw a moment ago from Alice Ravenelli G. Smith, Orange Street remains a passageway with narrow sidewalks and a narrow roadway, quaint and pretty. We walk on the west side of the street under a long brick wall, overhung with trees and vines and flowering shrubs. There are relatively few unbroken walls of this length and antiquity remaining in the historic district. I can think of the walls running along the Stalls Alley, Price's Alley, and St. Michael's Alley, all similar narrow alleyways with a similar charm, and which I believe the community would be equally opposed to the destruction of. As someone who walked to school under this wall every day as a child, I now live across the street from it, I can say it is a defining feature of Orange Street's character and feel, and permitting the demolition of 24 feet of it to create a large-scale car entrance, which is moreover out of proportion to the other entrances in the neighborhood, would negatively and irreversibly alter that character. Lastly, the proposal to destroy a portion of an 18th century structure that forms part of a national historic landmark without any compelling necessity would set an alarming precedent, and one that strikes at the very core of the BAR's purpose as stewards of the historic fabric of the city. As to any supposed necessity for this opening, I will respond that there are properties all over Charleston, even on the same block, on Meeting, King, and LeGree, where separately titled lots are accessed through a driveway or easement across the front lot. More generally, however, the integrity of the historic district is already under extraordinary pressures. I realize navigating the fine line between preservation on the one hand and healthy growth and change on the other is a difficult task. Approving a modification so drastic and irreversible as this would create a precedent that makes the BAR's task far more difficult than it is now, and would make the defense of Charleston's historic streetscapes challenging, if not impossible. Thank you.
And I do want to say, before anyone speaks to the public, we did receive written public comment, but in the interest of time, I won't read them all into the record. However, I will. These were provided to the board prior to the meeting for review. I have reviewed. They were posted on city's website before, so that everyone had the opportunity to review. To summarize, 27 comments were submitted from surrounding property owners, including the neighborhood association, and they are all opposed to the application. So I wanted to say that, so that if anybody here had the expectation I would read their public comment into the record, and we're not going to speak, and you wish to, you can do so now. But just know that we have had access to public comments and read them. All right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Architectural Review and fellow Charlestonians. My name is Emily Grimble Longley. I'm the daughter of Henry and Virginia Grimble, who lived at 11 Orange Street for 42 years and is where I grew up. Like millions of others, I've always been captivated by the city's history, charm, and beautifully preserved architecture. I enthusiastically joined the countless others in our neighborhood and surrounding areas in expressing our condemnation and unwavering opposition to this application before you regarding 17th Street. As my mother, Virginia Grimble, so eloquently put it, in quotes, this application includes a demolition proposal that assaults the soul of our historic district. The following comments are focused mainly on the disturbing plan to dismantle and partially demolish a major local historic treasure, a wall dating to the 1700s. Use of this plan has been met with a combination of shock, outrage, and sadness. Former Mayor Joe Riley said, and I quote, "Orange Street is too fragile for this and it should be stopped." 17 Orange Street is already served by an existing driveway with ingress and egress from Broad Street. Adding a back entrance through the Orange Street wall is unnecessary and a grotesque intrusion on a historic site. It represents an excessive violation of the nature and character of the surrounding areas. The application does not comply with the BAR's own Charleston standards, which were adopted from Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. And I quote, identifying, retaining, and preserving masonry features such as walls that are important in defining the overall historic character of the property should not be altered so that, as a result, the character is diminished. The Board of Architectural Review policy statement opening standards reads, quote, "The historic character of a property should be retained and preserved," end quote. BAR powers and duties goes on to say, and I quote, "In reviewing an application to demolish or demolish in part, the BAR shall consider, among other things, the historic architectural and aesthetic features of such structures, the nature of the surrounding area, and the historic or culturally important use of such structure and the importance to the city." Becky and Bill Johnson, 40-year residents of Orange Street, point out, "The existing driveway serving 11 Orange Street has not caused any concern for the previous owners of the property when it was both a private residence and then a commercial inn." Katrina Johnson, 113 Broad Street, has reminded us that, quote, "Charleston historic neighborhoods are included on the 2023 list of America's 11 most endangered historic places and is on the watch list." As stated by Mayor Joe Riley in City of Charleston, December 2007, the Charleston Preservation Plan, historic preservation is as much about our future as it is about our past. In conclusion, the application should be denied for not meeting BAR standards for preservation of historic properties, including walls, and sustaining the character of the area. Opposition is widespread and unanimous. Failure to stop this assault, now going on for 12 months and counting, would represent an unprecedented setback for the future of Charleston preservation efforts. The wall was part of the home of founding father Edward Rutledge, a governor of South Carolina, and even more historically significant, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Furthermore, it was declared a National Historic Landmark in 1971. If tearing down a large section of a 200-plus old historic wall doesn't qualify as historic preservation, then we have to ask ourselves, what is our standard? I plead with the hope that the board will uphold their well-documented standards and deny this application.
My name is Charles DeRoy, I live at 21 East Boundary. And first of all, I want to thank all of you for your service. Madam Chairman, I was chairman of the JR for several years in the 1980s. My wife was also chairman of the BAR. And appropriate response to that statement is so what? But nonetheless, first of all, thank you all for your service. I think the salary has increased since so what for me makes me think that serving on the BAR provides lots of opportunities to be very rewarding and learning about the architecture and all of it. Previous two speakers have clearly given the facts. So I don't want to repeat those facts. But you know that as suggest to you that this application should be discussed. It should be designed for attitude. One thing that I found with this, and this was very well, let's see, rural historic preservation involved in the last half of the century. Provided me a lot of opportunities to see problems, try to find compromise among them. I was one takeaway from the presentation. changes that occur to this wall. If you have an historic structure, whether it's a wall or a building, it changes, it doesn't make it historic less historic. As a matter of fact, in the early 19th century, there were lots of brick buildings in Charleston that were stuccoed over because of influence of the final style. There was a large increase in stucco. It's fairly common to have brick structures stuccoed, so that it's not examples of brick and Portland cement. Suggesting that makes it less historic. So without repeating the details that you have, my comments there. Not to defend this, to deny the application.
Good afternoon. I'm Henry Grimble, father of Emily Grimble Longley, and I appreciate the time you've given us here. You know, I don't think anybody out here that is opposed to this break in the law is concerned about the other issues that have been presented by Simmons. But this break in the law is too much. And when I sat on boards like yours, I always thought it was a good thing when I was reminded what my powers and purviews were as the board I sat on. And I'll give you these, you just pass it down. Just review that real briefly so that you are reminded of what your powers and purviews are. These bullet points here are found in the city ordinances, and I refer you to the ones that I've highlighted in red. Number 3, and I quote, in order to provide guidance and insight into desirable goals and objectives for the old city district, the old and historic district, and the historic Carter district, the desirable types of development, and for the maintenance of consistent policies in guiding the building public toward better standards of design, the Board of Architectural Review shall be guided by the Secretary of the Interior's Standards for Historic Preservation and the 2017 Bond Principles for New Construction and Renovation of HIP, and cites all City Ordinance 54-236. I'm going to show you that ordinance in a moment, because that ordinance actually says more than that. It adopts those standards by reference, and they become part of the powers and purviews of this board. And I have the applicable reporting, so I'll bring to your attention in a moment. Number 5, in reviewing an application to demolish in part, which is what happens here, or remove or alter the exterior architectural appearance of any existing structure, the Board of Architectural Review shall consider, among other things, the historic, architectural, and aesthetic features of such structure, the nature and character of the surrounding area, the historic or culturally important use of such structure, and its importance to the city. And then on the next page, a reference to Ordinance 54-240F, the Board of Architectural Review may refuse a permit or certificate of appropriateness for the erection, reconstruction, alteration, demolition, partial demolition, or removal of any structure within the old and historic district, which, in the opinion of the board, would be detrimental to the interests of the old and historic district and against the historic character and public interest of the city. And number 9, I'm not going to read it except the caption is duty to determine feasibility of preservation of structure, and that's already been hinted at in the remark that there are pipe stem lots all over the city. There's one directly behind our house at 11 Orange Street, which is 50 Legree. And there are two houses on that lot, and they use one driveway. That already exists there. And the applicant owns both lots, 17 and 117. So there is an obvious feasibility determination to be made right there. Now, these, so that if you really had to double check, these are the city ordinances themselves, and I've tabbed the portions. If you bear with me just a moment, it won't take a second, but I've tabbed with these stickers, and if you look at the first tab, there's section 54-236. Guidance, standards, maintenance of consistent policy. And it references that y'all are to look at the Secretary of Interior Standards for Historic Preservation and the 2017 bar principles. And I underlined in red the important part to me as a lawyer, being incorporated herein by reference, which means those standards that are mentioned there become part of our city code. And I mention that because I actually, that Secretary of the Interior Standards is when you print it off, it's in a notebook about 2 inches thick. I'd never seen it before. I had no reason to, but I got it and I looked through it. If you need a sleeping pill, this is better because it doesn't cause you any side effects. But that's, I'd like to, what I did is I just pulled out the parts that I think really matter here. You'll see the caption on the first page, Secretary of the Interior Standards for the treatment of historic property with guidelines. And we go to the first tab I've got there, that yellow sticker. Standards for preservation. Item number 2, I've highlighted. The historic character of a property will be retained and preserved. The replacement of intact or repairable historic materials or alteration of features, spaces, and spatial relationship that characterize a property will be avoided. Number 4, changes to a property that have acquired historic significance in their own right will be retained and preserved. In the next sticky tab there, in the introduction, first highlighted part, the expressed goal of the standards for preservation and guidelines for preserving historic buildings is retention of the building's existing form, features, and materials. This may be as simple as maintaining existing materials and features only involve more extensive repair. Protection, maintenance, and repair are emphasized while replacement is minimized. And below that, guidance on identifying, retaining, and preserving character-defining features is always given first. And then the next sticky tab gets a little bit more specific. It's captioned masonry, stone, brick, terracotta, concrete, adobe, I don't think we have that, stucco, and mortar. First recommendation, identifying, retaining, and preserving masonry features that are important in defining the overall historic character of the building, such as walls, brackets, railings, cornices, windows, and doors, surround, steps, and columns, and decorative ornament and other details such as tooling and bonding patterns, coatings, and color. To the right of that, not recommended, altering masonry features which are important in defining the overall historic character of the building so that as a result the character is diminished. Replacing historic masonry features instead of repairing or replacing only deteriorated masonry is frowned on. And finally, you're going to hear later perhaps about the City of Charleston Preservation Plan. And this is very brief. This is a summary of it that we prepared. And I'll pass these to you.
Mr. Grimble, I can give you just another minute. I've almost given you as much time as the applicant.
This is the last
Thank you. Mr.
file I
Chair.
had here that defines what your authorization standards and purviews are. And it just, I'm not even gonna read it, it harks back to the Secretary of the Interior standards, which I've just, discussed. And those standards are so important, they were actually put into the Charleston Preservation Plan. And so you've got all that before you, and just to summarize my position, I've lived on that street since 1981. I think it would be a sad day. We got a hole in that wall when the owner has a pipe stem lot access to Broad Street, which is safer, by the way, because it's further from the intersection of Broad and King, but congestion occurs. And we've had, I take particular interest in it for this reason. 11 Orange Street, if you drive up Orange Street from Trad, 11 Orange Street is probably I know it's the only house on Orange Street that doesn't have parking. You can't get a car in our driveway. It's made for carriage. And so the applicant mentioned parking. Parking is a great concern, and I can tell you, that we would eventually lose one way or another, at least 2, maybe 3 parking spaces on our end. All you have to do, I mentioned this at an earlier meeting, is drive down Pratt Street and see all the parking spaces that are lost so that people can get in and out of their driveways and marked off the yard. Thank you very much.
Talking about this, the 32 pages, I numbered them myself, 3. You used to talk with, so.
I will try to keep up.
Okay, that's how it goes.
I mean, I don't have them numbered on mine, so.
Yeah, nobody does. My name is Martin Alloy. I live with my wife, Darius Clifton, 15 Orange Street. And we really enjoyed our learning about Charleston and our state here. But I am appalled. It's the 3rd time we're here for a meeting about how this person wants to redevelop mansion. Anyhow, I was born in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. was formed after Charleston was formed, after the country was formed, when Maryland and Virginia gave them a 10 square mile piece of property to develop. So now I live here, and I'm really charmed by the history of preservation. But when I see what they're trying to do next door, we have Mr. Rosenberg, who's the Dutchman, comes from the Netherlands, does not appreciate our country's history and its preservation. Can be observed in his 3 proposals on the property that he owns less than a year. 3 times, less than a year. What's next, since we have no master plan of what he wants to develop? I don't know whose staff has to get him to give you a master plan so we all can understand what it is he wants to do. But his plan is going to destroy the charm and integrity of the property. And the property should not be developed as only structures in the interior of the property. We have the kitchen house and the mansion. And I don't know what it is he's trying to do because we have this piecemeal of meetings. But anyway, I mean, he's even proposing on the kitchen house to put a metal roof where it has a terracotta roof. Is that preserving anything with history? Here we have a house that's over 250 years old. You all know about Mr. Rutledge and his signing the Declaration of Independence. That was before the country was formed. We don't have good records of the history. pictures taken of what's going on. We don't even know what damage was done to that wall during the earthquake of 1886. I don't know if anybody here has any records about that. I don't know if you guys do because you all were formed after that. But it could be substantial. Anyway, you were given a 32-page summary by the architect, the landscape architect. There's no numbers on the pages, so I want to go through it because I have a lot of trouble with it. And you have to make a decision by looking at it. So if we would skip over to page 4 where they have the photograph. And when you look at the photograph, you can see an American flag. And if you look at your plan, if you go, it's the postcard from 1905. Here we go. So you have a yellow house, you have a kitchen house, and we have the wall. And what he wants to do is, later on you'll say the house has a green roof. I think what you're really looking at is shadow that's on the ceiling, but the house is really a terracotta house. But you can't tell because this picture is colored in by somebody. It just says on the thing right here, we're on the wrong page, but it says it's hand colored. That's what mine says on page 4. We'll skip over that. But the carriage house and the kitchen are both painted yellow. And from what I can see from the picture of the postcard, not from what she was just shown with the greenhouse, they're both yellow. And the roof is terracotta, not green. So if we go to page 5, we have a picture showing my house at 15 Orange Street. That's a later page. You can't tell what the picture is. It's this picture. But we can go ahead because it's not that important. What they do is they prepare these things. They're really thick. They have a lot of pictures and stuff, but it's hard to comprehend what it is that they're trying to do. But it's a red tile terracotta. And terracotta is a material, I'm sure you all know about it, but all around the Mediterranean, all the houses in warmer climates have a terracotta, including the southern part of the United States and the southwestern part of the United States. And Charleston, I think, is considered a warmer climate, and terracotta is a very good material to protect roofs. On page 10, I don't know the purpose of it. It just lists transfers of property, but that's not important. What's more important is page 11. So if you look at page 11, this is what it looks like. You don't have this pamphlet?
We do, but then. No.
So they should be in order as they're in this book. Okay. So here is the kitchen house. And I'm assuming that all of you know what prescriptive easements are. I'm sure as a board, this has probably come up before. But if someone has continuously used a right-of-way for over 20 years, that's a prescriptive easement. And here's a kitchen house, part of the main house, with the driveway to Broad Street. And I'm sure over the last 250 years, this kitchen house had to go to Broad Street, because there was really no other way to leave the property. Because on the south side of the house, you have horses, and that's where the carriages were. And I don't know if you want to walk through a field of horses, but that's what's on this side. So deliveries of food or whatever had to happen to the carriage house, the kitchen house, hadn't used this driveway. Because they've used it continuously for several hundred years, that's called a prescriptive easement. And that means that that house has access to Broad Street. Even though the architect says it's not in the scope, but you can see the picture that this carriage house can drive on that driveway, reach Broad Street. So the only way that lot could be subdivided, they had to be able to show ingress and egress. Whoever approved it should have required an easement. But since it was the same owner, they didn't require an easement. And now they want to break the wall over here because they say they can't get out of their lot, but they have an easement to get to the street, a prescriptive easement. That's a very important concept. All over England, people have walked on trails, and they can't develop a lot of the properties in Great Britain because of this prescriptive easement that people have had over the years.
Sir, I'll give you another minute.
Well, you know, here's a 32-page document. I'm here trying to speak. This thing affects my life, so I need more time if you would appreciate it.
I understand that,
I
sir,
understand, but this is important, so let me try to
I'm trying
get
to be
this thing done.
respectful of all the applicants in the room and on the general public, and so I'll ask that you wrap up in about a minute, please.
I'll do the best I can. Because this thing should not have even come here because we need to support the staff, but they give you a document that you can't understand. I couldn't understand it. And it's important to understand this issue of prescriptive easement and ingress and egress. And there's no reason at all that that wall has to be built because they have another way of getting out of the property. But no one brings that up. No one brings up the earthquake that happened in 1886 and the use of Portland cement was thought in those days it would help the structure of brick buildings. And that's why the stucco made out of Portland cement was used so much. And you would think the architects and the landscape guy would understand that. So when you're going to investigate, the only written page they have in here, besides the metal roof on the kitchen house, which is sort of contemporary, I would think, has nothing to do with looking historical. The wall was covered with Portland cement, and probably they have differences in brick, because probably some of the wall fell down during the earthquake and it had to be repaired. Who knows what happened in 1886? We don't have any records. And we have a picture of a contemporary wall. And then next page is a picture of all the driveway. Well, the next page is an analysis of the stucco, which I don't think is meaningful because it was used to protect the strength of the brick. But when you look at his pictures of all the driveways, who knows what houses they are? Do you think they'd be labeled? I don't know. I find that it would seem to me that this board should make Mr. Rosenkreutz, whatever his name is, come up with a comprehensive plan of what it is he's going to do and stop all of our neighbors having to come here and all the aggravation and heartache and emotion because they're going to do things that affect our lives. And how many times do I have to come here? What does citizens of Charleston have to go through to stop what they're doing, piecemealing? I don't know what it is they want. So I don't know, maybe I've used an extra minute, but I tell
Sir,
you,
I'm
it's
going
just
to have
not,
to ask you to stop
it's
it.
just not fair to require us to come here. They give us notice on a Friday afternoon to come here on a Thursday. Half the people are out of town. You can't even use the electronics from somebody out of town to give their own personal talk. And they only did this because they're out of town, but the residents are out of town. The guy doesn't even show up for this important meeting. He doesn't care. He's rich, arrogant, and doesn't care about preservation. I do. Everybody in this room does. Everybody that talks does. And I hope you all appreciate what Henry says responsibilities are.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone else speaking? And again, I'd like everyone to please keep your comments to architecture, and please be mindful of your time.
Yes, hi, thank you so much. I'm Teresa Smythe, I did submit a written comment, I just want to go on the record. I'm representing the Charleston Neighborhood Association Board, and we support the neighbors in their opposition to this project. As somebody stated, we don't oppose the architectural portion, just the bridge of the wall. I just want to go along with that. Thank you so much, y'all.
Do you have anyone else speaking? Yes, please.
This is a microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just here. I've already written a letter, but I want to do this in person because I feel so strongly about it. Because I see the pain in all the neighbors that live on Orange Street. They're just a great group, and they feel so passionate about this. And I'm sort of forgiven. And I wrote this letter to express my opposition to the proposal now before you to demolish a portion of the extensive old wall now bordering 117 Broad and 1715 Orange Street. Though I am not a resident of Orange Street, I am a native Charlestonian and have a vested interest in our long and proud heritage. I have read the petrographic, I hope I said that right, analysis of the wall, nothing more or less than one would expect from any of the many historic walls found throughout the entire below area of our city. This isn't about condition of the wall. This is about a resident wanting to remove a large portion of that wall for their own convenience. As I understand, the owners already have access to their property. By law, the city only has to allow one egress and one entrance to access their property. Undeniably, this is an unconscionable request to remove a portion of a historic wall in Charleston. These walls may stand on a resident's land, but they belong to all citizens, me included, and I feel charged to protect them from those who would alter them. All the reasons why not are there, well presented by the many longtime residents. I ask you, as a lifetime resident, member of the Tourist Commission for the City of Charleston, and heartfelt preservationist, to deny this proposal to demolish any portion of this historic wall. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the PAR, my name is Ellis Leesman. I'm here on behalf of several residents of Orange Street. You've heard a lot already. This site, this building dates back to 1760. It's so old that one of the founding fathers of the United States was not even the first person that lived in it. It's on the National Historic Register as a National Historic Landmark, and these are important considerations. Anytime the BAR is considering a demolition of a structure, you have to think about the historic, the architectural, the aesthetic features, the historic or the culturally important use, the importance to the city, and the nature and the character of the surrounding areas. Architecture is just a small part of that. Why was this building recognized in 1971? And one thing I'd like to note, it's protected as a site, not just as a wall, not just as a kitchen house, and not just as a house. The entire building site is protected, and that's why it was recognized and listed. There were 56 people that signed the Declaration of Independence. 4 of them were from South Carolina. There are 2 residences associated with those signers in downtown Charleston. Luckily, the Charleston Museum already owns one of them. This is the only other. In the past 11 months of ownership, the new owners have asked for $180 and 96 changes already to the exterior of this property. This is just one of those 196. Another one that's not before you right now is the 2,000 square foot garage. But it's important. When you've been asked to think of this property as being landlocked or separate, why would a 2,000 square foot garage get built on a property that was separate from the main house? It is not separate. It's been sold together, it's been owned together, it's been used together. How did Mr. Rutledge get from that back lot out? By Broad Street. How is every one of the professionals and the current owners, how do they get out from 17 Orange? They go to Broad Street. When you ladies and gentlemen may have visited that site, how did you get to it? By Broad Street. There's no question that there is a sufficient and adequate and legally protected access there. The owner would only need to file an easement document to protect it, but they'd rather come to you and ask for you to destroy a wall that's a portion of a landmark going back to 1760. Mr. Turner, when we were talking about the Freedman's Cottage, you mentioned a lot's been lost, but let's protect what we've got. Yes, let's protect what we've got. We have an intact property. Now, I'm very concerned about the flurry of transformations that have been asked. Again, not for any reason, let's change the roof, let's change the color. Well, there's a postcard from 1902 that would suggest that kitchen house has been that same color since then, and it matches the main house. Even something that's not original under the Charleston standards can develop its own historic significance, like the pedestrian gate that they're asking to fill in, like the yellow paint on the exterior that they're asking to change, or like the terracotta roof they're asking to tear off for no particular reason. I speak a little bit with the same passion as the residents. I myself was a resident of Orange Street. Now I'm a legal representative of a lot of these folks. I'm also a lifelong resident of this city. We do have to protect what we have. If there is a compelling, absolute reason for you to violate these guidelines and this preservation plan and your ordinance, then that could be considered. But when it's a matter of just convenience or personal taste, it should not be allowed. Who supports this? The neighborhood doesn't? The Preservation Society doesn't? The Historic Charleston Foundation doesn't? The only people that support it are the applicant and their professionals. When you have all of these reasons to deny something and no reason to approve it, I feel that it's clear we need to protect the city. There's not a copy of the official seal of the city in this chamber right here, but as you may know, the motto when translated means she guards her buildings, customs, and laws. So please guard our buildings. Thank you.
So anyone else speaking to the public?
I'm Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We appreciate the project team reaching out to us to discuss this proposal. Regarding the dependency building, we are comfortable with pursuing replacement of the existing roofing material given that it is not historic, and we're particularly supportive of efforts to remove the paint and restore the exterior masonry. However, we are not supportive of the proposal to remove portions of the historic wall for the creation of a new driveway. This wall is a character-defining feature of the streetscape, and mortar analysis confirms that the section proposed for removal is the most historic. We encourage the owner to preserve the integrity of the historic wall by pursuing creative solutions for the property that allow continued access from Broad Street. Thank you.
April Wood, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has carefully evaluated the application to add an opening into the historic wall at 17 Orange Street. We believe that the ability to add an opening into the wall requires legal resolution support that can be properly evaluated by the VAR for design. Without legal resolution, 1, it is unclear to HCF whether the city must legally require access to 17 Orange as a separate parcel. And 2, we cannot opine on the existing restrictive covenant that HCF is not a party of as to whether it is legally binding when the use of the property changes from an inn to a single family. We suggest deferral until these legal issues are resolved.
Is there anyone else speaking from the public? All right, Frankie, if you'll give us any staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, staff had as observations that the proposed hardscape alterations currently are not visible from Orange Street and would be minimally visible from Broad Street. Porch with turn metal roof, we believe is a later addition based on standalone. Property has been subdivided into this property has been subdivided from 117 Broad since the 1950s. And the board has previously supported and approved openings in the wall. As stated, that was done in 2000. This proposal, it shows approximately 9.9% of the wall to be removed. Staff had a comment that the pan tile roof was a character-defining feature and should be retained, but perhaps not original to the house type view in Charleston. Staff recommendation has actually changed several times up into the beginning of this meeting. At this time, we don't have a recommendation. We would consider even a deferral in order to confer with other departments such as traffic and transportation. That was brought up about 20 minutes before this meeting started, that we had not done so. But consult with traffic and transportation on feasibility of creating a vehicular opening in order to connect to Orange Street. So staff does not have a recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Frankie. Simmons and Glenn, did you want to respond to or clarify anything related to the staff comment or public comment?
Part of the team would like to respond.
I'll be extremely brief, as I know this is going on and on. I just want to note the fact that this is absolutely not an intact property. It's been subdivided for other people's gain multiple times. Very large new home has been built on it. Another opening has been permitted and approved in the wall. So the only correction or clarification I have is simply the fact that while there's a lot of character here, there are a lot of stories and chapters with regard to this wall.
Hi, I'm Brian Hellman, 185 Broad Street, and I represent Nina Ruba is here in back, who's the owner of 17 Orange Street, 17 Orange LLC. It is, just to be clear, a separate parcel from 117 Broad. There are no easements. They merely desire, just as 15 Orange had and received in 2000 before, access through this wall to access 17 Orange. It was sold as a separate property. It acts as a separate property. And as part of restoring the property in the front, it was purchased to allow this to be handled in such a way that the main house at 117 Broad can be restored as this board approved a couple months ago. Thank you.
Just one comment, I dropped this by for you all. I know everyone has an architectural eye. Take a look at this now. This came from the basement.
When was that installed? It was 2 ago? Was that your understanding?
We're not sure. We haven't been able to find the files.
And staff doesn't identify anything.
Barrel top.
So I'm going to put this over here.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and is that it? Okay, public comment to the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Lindsay, do you think maybe it makes sense to address the kitchen house? Kind of
I
get that out of the
agree.
way?
Kitchen house first, and then we can go into the wall.
Okay. If that's the case, I, like the Preservation Society, appreciate the efforts to remove the paint from the historic brick. I think that will be very successful. The terracotta roof honestly looks foreign to me on this particular house at this vintage. If someone has proof that it is somehow original, that might change my mind, but I just don't believe that it is. I might question galvalume versus something that would function more like turn metal, such as copper. I think for a property of this caliber, it might be worth considering that. But those are my only comments on the house.
Yeah, I agree with your comments about the house. Definitely removing the paint is a positive. Yeah, the tile, I would pretty much bet is a post-Hugo replacement, and the scale of that tile was pretty large. So I worked on a home down on Lower King Street after Hugo. We replaced it with a tile roof, but it was a French tile roof that was much smaller and fit the scale of the home a lot better. That's a large barrel tile there. So as far as the proposed replacement material, the hand crimping of that galvalume material, and the fact that there's a sort of on that detail, there's a break point that's occurring right above the gutter line. So just something really to keep an eye on. I'm not going to say we voted for hand crimped galvalume tie roofs before. So in consistency, I would say that that's something that we should consider. Just practically, I would maybe have the applicant take a look at that, especially around that detail. Copper might be a better option for that. But otherwise, yeah, for the house part of it, yeah, I agree with your direction, Julie.
Didn't agree with what's been said. I too think that the tile roof is I was actually kind of shocked when I saw how large it was.
Yeah.
Because I've owned houses with tile roofs before. Twice as big. So I have no problem with the tile roof going. I do have a little bit of a problem with galvalume because you're going to have to deal with the bridge cap situation for one thing. Galvalume, although it's the closest thing we've got to turn metal nowadays, it's still not turn metal. And so I would encourage the applicant to strongly encourage the applicant to investigate going with copper. If you're going to get a much closer, accurate look to the turn metal. Stripping the brick, I think, is a great idea. It'll bring it back to more of a surreal condition. The house, the brick would have never been painted in the first place. As good as far as the site goes, and I'm not talking about the wall, but the improvements to the site itself, the driveways, the parking area. I think all that's well executed, good quality materials.
Just to clarify, when it comes to galvalume, and you're right, Bill, that we have sort of embraced it. I tend to think of it as more appropriate for maybe slightly newer, slightly more modest locations and structures, whereas this really seems to call for the best quality, I think. So would it be okay to bifurcate a motion, or can we not do that?
I think we can do two motions, or I mean, well, if you want to wait till after the discussion, I think we have a consensus on that. And I'll just say I appreciate the removal of the paint for brick. It actually is in line with our decisions recently where we are discouraging paint on historic brick, or actually denying it. So, but I think that we can put it all in one motion. Okay. We have this out of the way, and I've taken note of the board comments. Now the wall.
All right, making some notes here. I personally have a hard time factoring in parking concerns, so that's personally kind of way at the back of my mind. I just don't like to consider them as part of our review of architectural integrity in the city. And the fact that we have parking concerns is reflective of a radical change to the 19th century culture of the city with the introduction of the automobile. Point being that Charleston does evolve and change, and things were done 100 years ago that we wouldn't do now, such as just putting, somebody's iron balcony on someone else's house for fun, that sort of thing. But regardless, I just don't think that parking concerns should weigh into this. I absolutely respect the wall, the integrity of the wall. I think it's beautiful. I think it's important. One thing that strikes me as a really substantial interrupter in the history of that wall is the subdivision that was allowed in the 1990s, which effectively orphaned those historic structures from their carriage access point at the south of the lot. And I wonder, what were they thinking at the time? Like, what were they thinking about this lot in the middle that could, in theory, be landlocked and inaccessible? I don't quite understand that, and I might even want to speak with the legal staff about what city's current thinking is on that point, in case that factors into what we should be assessing.
Frankie, did you have any history on that city when the subdivision happened and this was created?
The only thing that we had gotten thus far was when 15 Orange was constructed. That was in 2000. And I didn't really find a lot of information on what happened to the wall at that time or when the lot was subdivided, because everything we had was after that lot was subdivided. And I'm sorry, I didn't look at the plats to see when that occurred.
Do you want to ask a question of the applicant? Yeah. Brian, do you have any information on, can you provide some color on that subdivision? And
We know there was a plat recorded, it was subdivided approximately in 1950, and it created actually 13, 15, 17 Orange, and 117 Broad. 13, 15 Orange are now Mr. Lloyd's property. That was the original access point to his property to get to these rear structures, and that gate is still there. And most of the access points are on that property that's now known as 15 Orange. I think another one, was widened in 2000. That smaller access became a wider access for the vehicles of the 15 Orange. And that second pedestrian access was added to 15 Orange as well. So there were 3 interruptions to the wall. It was 13, 15 Orange.
so there was access when it was subdivided. I think that you might have answered my question. Why would they have subdivided this if two of the lots didn't have access, but it was through what is now 13 and 15?
The access was through there, we believe, at that time, and the wall was placed when the house was built to 15 Orange, and then severed that access.
Madam Chair, if I may just add, that was a carriage gate, right? And there's no carriages that are going to the property anymore. Broad Street, and remember that kitchen house that we're talking about was part of the bed and breakfast. People stayed in it. Yes, no, I appreciate it, but again, I know we want to provide you perspective too. That carriage gate never connected 17. And 17 has never served as its own property. You can get mail there, you can get a delivery there. So just want to keep in mind that that kitchen house is part of the inn, and everybody that's ever stayed in that inn and that kitchen house came to the property right through Broad Street. So as far as whether that access served or whether it had any significance, it has never been a vehicular access to 17 Orange, which has always been from Broad.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everyone we're in board comment, so unless there's a question, please.
Thank you.
And I do have this photograph circa 1890 that shows a continuous coping wall and iron gate along Broad Street where the current driveway is. So you know, there's evolution there. I
It's
don't
not a
pretend,
gate.
no, there's
It's
not a
just a
gate.
wall.
Yeah. I don't pretend to know every bit of the history, but I am hoping that we'll be able to talk to the city attorney about any concerns there might be about that lot in the middle. I don't know. Could it, in theory, be sold to someone separately and be entitled to access? I don't know.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
I think I really appreciate the point that Historic Charleston raised, that there seem to be some pending, potentially legal items that need to be vetted and qualified to just see what is viable and not viable from a legal standpoint. And there's one thing I try to tell my clients when you're going through a city review process, and I've said this for years, you have two boards that you may have to appeal to. One's going to be the zoning board, the other's going to be the BAR. For the zoning board, you don't need me. You need a lawyer. You need a good lawyer. There's plenty of them in the room tonight. For a lot of zoning type discussions that happen, for the BAR, you're going to need a good architect. I think there's a lot of things here that have surpassed potentially my comfort zone in some of the dialogue that's been going on because it's pseudo-legal or it is legal. If there are pending legal issues that need to be just vetted, I would rather have that done. And also staff's comment about traffic and transportation, other bodies that are to be consulted about just physical logistics of even doing this. We're here to determine the value, obviously the value of the historic wall and the character and integrity of the wall. But as far as the dominoes falling, it appears there are a couple more ahead of us here, especially the legal issues and then the practical issues of traffic and transportation. So, I feel sorry for the gentleman who got up and said how, you make us all come here and listen, and it's been done multiple times and everything. We're here every other week hearing all kinds of applications because, as Mr. Dool said, it's very good to see you again, sir. We all believe in the city, and we want to do what's best for the city. So, I'm more inclined to say and to whatever degree you think it's kicking the can, it's not. It's making sure that the other items are all vetted so that we can truly look at what we're supposed to be looking at, which is the context of the wall from our charge, okay? That I think we ought to defer it. And I think any potential legal issues, traffic, transportation, all these things need to be sussed out. So then we can look purely at what's going on with the wall context. So I would say deferral is the thing that I'm inclined to go for.
I'd actually like to make a motion to go into executive session for purposes of obtaining legal advice. Do I have a second? All right, motion to a vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Yes. So then you would take position now.
Yes, yes.
Frankie, let me know when you have the right back on. Cold in here. Okay, do I have a motion to exit executive session?
I'll make that motion.
Alright, thank you, Judy. Second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed. And I'd like to note that while we were in executive session, no actions were taken, we only examined. All right, back to board discussion.
Right, so I think without any additional information or extenuating circumstances that we're aware of, I think if we just objectively, if I just objectively assess the wall as it is, I find it really difficult to condone altering it as radically as what's proposed. If in the future some additional information were provided or additional, information came to light, I could be persuaded otherwise. But given what we know at the moment, the age and the integrity of the wall, don't think that I could support the proposed opening.
I think the idea basically of our charge and the fact that we're primarily looking at the wall itself, the history of the wall, the age of the wall, the condition of the wall. I'm inclined to not support a large opening in that wall. So I agree, Julia, with your point.
I also agree with other board members as well. If something happens and this needs to come back later on, we'll address it then. If we're looking at just the integrity of the wall, its historic value, I honestly don't think it should be used.
This one was tough for me. I understand our charge and to preserve this, and I think if I had more information about the evolution of this wall, and I appreciated Ellis, although it was out of turn, your clarification about the opening, the historic carriage. If I had more information about the opening, I'm not opposed to this city evolving it, and especially if I'll go down the road with this lot were eventually sold to someone else. I can understand wanting access there directly to Orange Street. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me. But it does come in conflict with our charge to preserve these sorts of structures. And I think if I were given an argument in support of evolving and sort of change in this particular way, I would probably, for lack of a better word, go on the other side of the wall, but other side of the fence. But I'm not in favor of it at this time.
We didn't split we're doing the house out of the wall.
We are, and there was a board comment. If someone were going to make a motion, there was maybe a board comment on the kitchen house.
Could it be a double motion, or you want to
I'll wrap up in one. I think we can wrap it all up in one.
A motion would be for denial of piercing of the wall, approval for the other changes requested, but in lieu of the gavel to go with the insurance company. Because I don't think I look at the gavel.
We have a motion on the floor for denial of piercing of the wall. approval of the other requested changes in the application, with a board comment to, use hand crimped copper in lieu of the galvalume. All right. Julia, second, with the motion to vote. Bill, you?
Yay in favor.
Bill Turner?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Stay in favor.
Chair votes in the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. From the bottom of my heart.
I'm gonna nickname you Coffee Bean or something. Java Man or something like that.
I totally need, is it where the coffee comes from? Thank you.
Wait, she's gonna take you up on it.
We're gonna get through.
There is much always. I also have milk sugar.
I was gonna say milk chocolate.
Okay.
Okay, we are on agenda item number 4, which is 8 Smith Street. Apologize. Yeah, that. There is that right now. Okay, 8 Smith Street, who gives us an introduction overview?
8 Smith Street is not rated in Charleston Village circa 1940 in the old First District. It is requesting, staff was a little confused. We believe this was a request for after the fact approval for the shed, but there is a photo in there that looks like the shed wasn't there. He had previously done a site visit where there was a shed, so that confusing was on our part. This is the property's location on Smith Street. Some existing site photos. A context of Smith Street. And a Sanborn map showing the history of the structure. I will turn it over to the applicant.
I want to make this pretty quick. My name's Ken Strickland. I'm with Carolina Low Country Custom Homes. Mr. Dr. Nicholson was like, contacted me through a friend about trying to build a shed, basically what he wants, in the back right corner. He had hired another contractor who started construction. There was a building there, and it had been removed. I'm an engineer myself by trade, but also I've been building houses since the early '90s. It wasn't up to code for several other problems, but the biggest thing was there was no approval from you guys. So the doctor asked me to try to get things back on track if possible. So basically he wants a shed that matches the aesthetics of his house. And it's about 85 foot from the street. That's basically a site plan of what it looks like. But the building itself, the new building will be the same material, the same flood vents underneath it, same roof structure. They did ask if it's approved, they would love to put a copper roof on it. But now the roof on the house is the galvalume roof. So that's what we got.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
What's your reasoning for going putting this on 4x4 post instead of?
It's just simply, you don't have much room to work with. We've got a setback requirement there, and we're very close. So I would prefer to put it on piers. I would much rather have it on piers. You just don't have much room in there. That's the truth. You won't see any of that noted, or it will be completely closed. The bottom section, all the breakaway loopers will be completely closed. You'll never see what's underneath.
Any other questions? Okay, do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We did not feel that this application provided adequate information to assess this after the fact request. However, based on the limited information that was provided, we don't feel like what has been built is compatible with the historic structure, so that does not be approved as proposed. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking? All right, we had no written public comments submitted. Frank, you could give city staff comments and recommendations, please.
So we had some information that was about the previous shed. I'm not going to read our observations. There was a structure there that staff had been dealing with trying to get in compliance. Just for comments, we recommend relocating the shed to behind the house, which would be more in line with historic placement. Drawings don't show a step detail, but the structure looks like it's high enough that it needs one, so we would ask that provided. And the lights on either side of the door seem unnecessary. Staff recommendation is conceptual approval with staff comments and final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Strickland, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or the city staff comments?
Only, I have, basically, this would be the building and looks very similar to what one is here now. Got some before and after up tops before, but nothing.
While you're there, can I ask you a question? It looks like you have two potential footing details, one a slab and one post.
One is a ground, basically a ground structure where you could go around the backside and be able to, golf cart, basically in the back of it. You wouldn't see that from the road, it's on the backside. It's over here.
So you're proposing to use both?
So you can see here.
So this is actually two different floors.
That's correct. But you won't know it. It'll all look the same from the outside.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't put the front half greater?
Just from that's in the back. Just from this step. The overall roof is 13 foot 10 inches, I believe it is.
Staff, you're kind of okay if they move it to the back? Is that what I got?
Yes, that would also reduce the visibility.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. All right, public comment of the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
So, this is listed as an after the fact, but this is not exactly after the fact.
It's not exactly after the fact. So I put a note in here for disregard that. Travis had been dealing with a after the fact issue.
I don't really have an issue with this location. I do think it could be, maybe the door hood could be toned down a little bit, simplify it, because the house is fairly simple. But the location, I'm fine. I think maybe get rid of the lanterns on the front, just make it a simpler building. And I think we could easily do that just 5 days. There's a couple of things. Of course, we're going to need eventually get some details, such as all that. This was a requirement. I always question why you would build a building on top of 4x4s embedded in the ground. Treated or not, they're going to rot eventually. There's no way around it. So I would just question that project just for a long time.
Yeah, I agree with Well, that I don't have anything in general against the basic design. I think sort of the way the foundation base is treated looks a little odd. I think it could be given a little reconsideration appearance-wise. I agree with Bill. I think building it on post is a significant mistake. It's, you know, it's just not going to survive in this. Even ground contact treated is not going to survive in this environment. And so it's just asking 15 years down the road to start looking not very nice.
Only other little thing I would say, since it seems like we're gonna let it stay visible, I don't know, the overhang may be a little exaggerated. Anybody concerned about that?
The section doesn't look quite as prominent as the elevation.
It looks right, and it just says C elevations.
Yeah, they don't jive with each other.
All right, how about this? Is it the back?
Yeah, it's on the back.
It's like house party.
Yeah, is it like just like producer? Yes, we don't.
Let's try. That's a good point. Bill is asking. Yeah.
That's all I have.
That's good. I'll make a motion for a conceptual approval with 3 board conditions, I think 3. One is shift to masonry base, not post. Simplify the canopy over the door and add brackets. Simplify lighting at entry door. You want to do staff comment? 3. Oh, yeah. That means staff comment. Oh, sorry. I apologize to staff.
Actually, not one.
Not one. Let's go 2 and let's go 3.
Yeah, 2 and 3. Okay, now back to you and 2 board comments.
And the 3rd board comment will be to reduce the eave overhang to match the section, wall section.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comments 2 and 3 and a few board comments. 1, to shift to masonry base, not posts. 2, to simplify the canopy over the door and add brackets. And 3, to reduce the eave overhang to match the wall section. Do you want final review by staff? And final review by staff. Do I have a second to Julie's motion? Bill, put the motion to a vote. Bill Turner?
Yay in favor.
Bill Moore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
Yay in favor.
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. All right, agenda item 5, 119 Cumming Street. Frank, if you give us an introduction overview, please.
Okay, 119 Cumming is a category 3 in Radcliffe Borough, circa 1850 in the Old Newburgh District, requesting conceptual approval for new accessory dwelling area. This is the property's location on Cumming Street. Some existing site photos. A context of Cumming Street. We have have some historic plats showing the property and structure behind it. And some Sanborn maps showing the history of those structures. Architecture inventory from 1973. We'll turn it over to the applicant.
Hi there, my name's Batten Kennedy, with Kellogg Architects. Just go to the images for a moment here. As you see, I didn't know you pulled the same images from our presentation, but you can see here from the street view, the ADU that we propose is going to be the rear of the house. You can see here the image on the right, how skewed that is. 119 is a double lot, and so from the most clear view through the site, it's still a skewed view to the rear of the house. Same, the image to the left is actually 119, and you can see it's even more skewed. This is two doors down. Frankie had shown an image of the scale of the street, but there's a varied scale to the street. This is two doors down, as I mentioned. As I said before, our plan you'll see is in the rear of the house. These are images of the rear of the site. And in the 1888 Sanborn map, there had been what appears that the site has been altered, or the lot's been made smaller throughout the years. You can see that there's 3 structures on the side of the 1888 map. Well, I'm proposing one structure. As you can see, the second structure, the one directly behind the primary house, is a two-story structure. So, I know we're not supposed to talk about zoning. We have the advantage that this is a double lot. The math works out that what we can add as an ADU is still subordinate just based on the math. This ADU and the plan we are proposing, like I said, is subordinate in scale, but that's because of the math of the site. The plan itself is and the ADU is for a senior couple. That's how they intend to use the ADU. So in very strict adherence to the ADU covenants. So as I said before, the project's located in the rear of the building. Our strategy here is in elevation to keep the elements subordinate, and I welcome your comments on how to achieve that to your wishes. We're open for comment on that. As you can see, the ADU is separated from the building, and we warrant comments on how you feel about matching existing windows to the house. Again, since it's separated, I would like your feedback on how much we want to match the existing structure based on preservation rules, etc. This is just a very, very conceptual SketchUp model. But if I go back one, you can see that we have this jog in the rear of the site and its setbacks. What it does is it allows to this form adhering to the setbacks to be somewhat made smaller, and when you see it from the street, it's even more skewed because of that setback. You can see that jog to the left there. We're strictly adhering to the setbacks. It turns out that is a limitation, but it works into our favor just the way that it, in our opinion, reduces the scale. It also helps in just making a little bit more skewed and smaller slice of what you see from the street. Here you can see the corner of the house, just the way we decided to present the elevations. You can see here again, this setback allows kind of symmetry. Hopefully, we're achieving what we're trying and reducing the scale, making it supported in form. Again, going through the elevations before and after. Here's another sliver of the actual form in the rear. Like I said, this is the more skewed view, so it's even less visible, even though what you're seeing now is that long linear back part of the building. As you can see, I was talking about this house being subordinate. You can see that, especially in the rear view, this is the existing house, the house in front of it, how we're almost aligning with the rear gable of the house. So that's our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kinnon. Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
One, the ground floor space, it reads as a garage, it doesn't read as a garage.
Yes.
What's the purpose?
It's basically A for storage. We don't intend it to be a garage. We intended to maybe have these elements break down the scale, but we in no way intended to be a garage. Storage and just a nicer entry. Just the appearance of not having an entry on the outside. There's a concern for an elevator. We're trying to avoid having an elevator door on the outside. So that's the reason why we have a nicer entry. Storage would be a concern, obviously, but not as a garage.
What's the head height?
What's drawn now is 8 feet. And we obviously would be flexible on that, but 8 feet is what's.
Go ahead and tell us all the floor-to-floor heights, including maybe the knee wall on the floor.
898. The top is clipped. We're using the dormer to help achieve reduce the scale and just to bring down the overall scale by having clip ceilings at the top. So the ceiling height is 8 feet. What we see is an eve height is slightly clip ceiling.
The knee wall height, or do you know what that is?
Oh, it's around 7.
All right, and this is a second dwelling on the property, right? It's not an ADU per se per the new ADU rules. I think the lot's big enough to support 2 dwellings.
Well, yes, it's so we have been zoning. We had been zoning to ask for relief and setback. And they said that wasn't, they weren't going to support that.
Okay.
They found the hardship wasn't as hard as what they wanted to see. So the questions about the site is big enough to accept a second dwelling, and we are adhering to the ADU covenants in the way that the owner will live in the house. It's an aging couple. There's flexibility with family members in the city to potentially be either one of the sites, main property, primary, or the ADU, and an elevator is concerned too.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Hello, Jim Doyle, Vice President, Bradfield Fargo. Excuse me. You have the letter from the President of the Neighborhood Association recommending approval. I'd like to expand on that. I got a frog in my throat, I'm sorry. The owners came to meet with the Radcliffe Borough Neighborhood Association. They showed us their plans. The association took a vote, and we recommend approval. On a personal note, this represents infill at its best. It keeps a family intact, a senior family intact, and that's something we need to have on the peninsula. Thank you.
I'm Catherine Carroll, with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We appreciate the Neighborhood Association sentiment, and we are very supportive of this program. We just had a couple of comments. We feel that further study is needed to allow this to read properly as a dependency and subordinate to the primary building, primarily through reducing the height below the eave line of the historic house, simplifying the massing, and narrowing the footprint if possible. Lastly, we did think that the opening on the foundation level that was shown was a garage. So we would just ask that that be set back as far as possible on the site to limit visibility from the right of way regardless of its use. It reads as a garage opening. That's the extent of our comments. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. We had 4 comments submitted. Yes, there was a letter from the Radcliffe Neighborhood Association, and also 3 other property owners from 76 Fifth Street, 116B Cummings Street, and 115 Cummings Street, and they were all in support of the application. Frankie, if you give us these staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, like the Preservation Society, we were assuming that the structure was being raised to park underneath, so we had an observation that was in opposition to BAR guidelines. So that was a misunderstanding on our part. As for staff comments, the proposed structure feels massive compared to the original structure due to the height that it's raised. We would suggest lowering it to DFE, similar to the placement of the existing house. While compatible with the existing house, the proposed details such as the 6/6 windows are the same as the existing, and they should be further differentiated. And we felt that the faux window on the second floor south elevation felt awkward. Staff recommendation is to proper restudy with staff comments.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Cannon, did you want to respond to anything raised in the public comment and see staff comments or recommendations? So you could approach the podium. All right, public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Can I ask the applicant one more question, if you have this answered? What is the distance above the required design flood elevation that you want your first floor, your first living floor to be? Looks like about maybe 5 or 6 feet.
It's about 5 feet. I mean, there is a minimum that we don't have an opposition to as far as the head height. But again, the desires maybe have an entry that's somewhat in place. That's what the so.
I don't know,
You can amend that, but that's first course.
I agree with others who have voiced support for having, additional dwellings on properties in Charleston, and I'm glad that the city allows it even where the lot's not quite technically large enough to support 2 dwellings. I'm glad that's evolved. I'm struggling a little bit with this being a raised house behind a primary house that is not really raised. And it seems, primarily elective for storage reasons. I think there's a way to get an accessible entry to an elevator without needing to take those extra 5 feet, which we struggle with granting extra height. And I will say, when you look at the nice little simple indication of the view that would be seen from Cumming, the proposed eave is higher than the eave of the piazza. It's just basically a 3-story building versus the 2-story at the front. So I'm struggling with it.
The primary house is 3 stories.
Well, with 2-story plus attic, is that what you mean?
It's two.
Yeah. It's not raised, yeah. Typically, we like to see the eave lines of dependencies noticeably lower than the eave line of what you see at the front house. But I'm curious what you guys think.
No, I think that's a good summary of what we usually look for: subordination to the second structure. Try to keep it as close to DFE as possible. That's one thing that we've been pretty consistent with. I think it could be lowered simply by lowering it based on DFE would subordinate it. It's almost like you could take the house as massed, but lower it, and it would probably work. So I think lowering in height would be the main point that I would look for. It would probably address a lot of the concerns. And then I'd agree with staff's comment about differentiation of windows and other details, just to make sure that it's, obviously a different vintage. But that's it.
I agree basically with what's been said already. I think that I agree with Julie that I think it's odd to have the dependency elevated and the main house not. It just reads. I think it also makes the structure read overly tall. I think they're high quality materials. I really appreciate that, particularly the copper roof. I think that's excellent. I think the general architectural direction is fine, and I think it's compatible with the historic structure. But I do think it is too tall, and that certainly could be corrected by getting it way closer to DFE. And I think it would read more compatible with the historic structure if it did not read as elevated.
I tend to agree with what's been said about height of the building. And I think overall it's a pleasing design. I do appreciate the quality materials that are going to go into it. I agree with staff on the faux window. I think it's kind of unnecessary. I think it's design is strong enough without it. I'm more concerned with the site. Right now, I mean, this comes up a lot, seems like lately, and that's how much can a site bear from circulation? There's on the front end of this property, there's an abundance of circulation, paving, parking area. And the back house, it's not really an issue back there, but the parking driveway are butting up against the front fence, is butting up against the foundation, is butting up against the side property line. Trying to squeeze in a double driveway and a turnaround, it's like something needs to give. I don't think there's enough room for a double driveway plus a turnaround. So I'd like to see that front area, something reduced so that we're not paying from end to end to end. We've got some green space around. As this moves forward, just putting a little more into seeing a little comprehensive site package. How all of the paving stuff, walkways, all that designed. But generally, I think the project's in a nice direction.
Counter what you were just saying about maximizing green space and being thoughtful about how the paving is designed. occurs to me that since they haven't used the accessory building exceptions, they could conceivably have a small shed that was tucked somewhere on the property to gain that storage that they might have wanted under the new building.
Are you suggesting an increase in the map to allow storage?
I was just throwing it out there that I think zoning there's a zoning way forward for you to have a little shed. I don't know what your lot coverage is. It just occurred to me.
Sure.
Right. Okay. So, deferral, right?
Staff recommended.
A motion for a deferral for restudy with all of staff's comments and a board comment to clarify the proposed landscape and hardscape plans.
Reduction. Apex regulation of front of the site.
With a reduction in paving.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for a deferral for restudy with staff comment and a board comment to clarify the proposed landscape and hardscape plan with a reduction in paving. Do I have a second to Julie's motion?
Second.
Bill, motion to vote. Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Bill Turner?
Yeah, in favor.
In favor.
Sylvia?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. We can get through one more and then we'll take a short break. Okay, agenda item number 6 is 4 Trumbo Street. Frankie, could you give us an introduction overview, please?
Fort Trumbo is a category 4 in Charleston Village, circa 1870, in the Old Historic District. They're requesting conceptual approval to elevate home above DFE proposed portion of first floor porch. There is a second floor addition and a new entry stair. This is the property's location on Trumbo. Some existing site photos. Context of Trumbo. Sample map showing the history of the structure. And turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Kreskin, presenting on behalf of Charleston and Erica, my clients. We had previously presented on May 25th and had been given deferral to study further based on staff and board comments, which we did not take lightly. So we've made significant design changes to try to comply with comments that both the board and the staff had made. One in particular is with regard to the height of the building. We had previously proposed to have the building elevated. I'm sorry, let me take a step back. There are 2 main components with this project that came about as a result of a fire that my clients had within their home. The result of the fire is that they need to do extensive work to the house to restore it, which brought into play a conservative 50% rule, but also just, now that they were doing work to the home, they felt it was necessary and important to raise it to preserve the historic home. We had previously proposed to raise it higher than the DFE, but based on the comments in the previous presentation, by you all, we've reduced the height, so we are no longer proposing to raise it above the DFE. The current proposal is to raise it to the design plan elevation, which is 1 foot above the DFE for a historic home. The other to the project is increasing the amount of heated square footage, which we had previously proposed to encapsulate, to add an entire second floor above the first floor piazza, which we have also greatly reduced. One of the comments that had also been raised as part of the previous presentation was with regard to a stair, and I'll go to the floor plan in a moment, but on the site plan, we had a stair, there was an accessory stair that came from a mudroom on the first floor and went to the rear yard of the house, which we were using to supplement the fact that there's currently an entrance that goes directly to the backyard, which would be sacrificed as part of this elevation of the house. The board had recommended that we remove that stair, so we have done that. So our site plan no longer has that stair going from the first floor to the rear yard. One comment previously made was with regard to not having a ground floor plan as part of the previous submittal, so that's been included in this. As you'll see, it would just be primarily storage, especially now that the house is elevated only to DFE. There's not a lot of head height cleared, so it really would just be an open section of crawl space with access. In elevating the house roof, we've followed into the front elevation. We followed staff and board comments and have changed our foundation from what we previously proposed to be stucco to be a brick masonry wall, as that's what the current foundation is. And you all had suggested, and we thought it was a great idea to have the entire foundation wall be masonry. We eliminated any bit of interior wood infill, so there was no, again, it was a possible beachy approach. That was eliminated completely. The only penetrations to this masonry wall would be the doors, that pair of doors that would access this area below, as well as now supplementing the fact that we don't have an accessory stair to the rear yard. We've added a side door from inside of the street front door. Both of those would have louvered infill just because they're in the flood plain. There would be flood vents per code, but other than that, it would be a continuous masonry wall. On the front elevation, we have faux shutters to replicate the windows that are above it, again, to kind of relate to the pedestrian's experience on the sidewalk. This is a sister house that was brought up in the previous conversation as well. One of the comments that came up was considering moving the house back to create more stairs on the streetscape, but it was mentioned also by you all during that probably would separate it too much from the surrounding sister houses, so we took that off of our list. It was one of the staff comments, so that was listed to be studied. So in reducing the height of the house, we brought it down, as you can see, so it's not as significantly higher than the sister houses adjacent. And again, we understand this would set a precedent for anybody in the neighboring houses to raise. So at this point, it's just complying with all BAR regulations. Another significant change that we had made is we previously had proposed to create an entire enclosed second floor piazza that was not currently there. We've changed we modified the design so that we're taking more of an approach of treating it as a Charleston single, having first and second floor open piazza, and only encapsulating the area in the back as per theater standards, limiting the amount of enclosed heated area at the rear of the piazza. So again, the experience of the pedestrian, the experience of the street is that it feels like a Charleston single, but still allows the missiles to increase the area again, to adapt the house to themselves and their we've maintained the front door in its current location and its current character. just if that does not change, we've tried to do everything we can to maintain the current characteristics of the house. Again, with just this addition of second floor piazza.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
One, did you somehow come across some documentation that this was never?
I was not able to find a photograph. We talked about it in the previous, where the Sanborn notes it as being two-floor piazza, if I remember correctly. Right?
It does.
Yeah.
Saw that.
I was not able to look into it.
Do you have the Sanborns, Frankie?
Have you thought about doing any exploratory work from the inside to see if you can find any documentation of how the piazza may have framing could have been hidden floor, or if there's any evidence of doorways that might have gone out to the second floor?
We had not done that yet.
Any other questions?
Oh, you said, it will have flood vents per code. I guess eventually you'll
Yeah, that would be.
thoughtfully decide where those will go and what they'll look like, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And generally for conceptual purposes.
Yeah. And then the proposed parapet that wraps around the new piazza roof on the second floor. Does you have a sense of how you might drain that? It seems a little awkward. I would expect it to have a parapet on the front, but then otherwise just follow
Right,
the main roof line.
Just because I don't know where we are with size, right? We didn't go to the 3 days. Maybe the last of my drawings. So the parapet would mostly be across the front of the building. So the slope, the roof would slope to basically a gutter that I would imagine we could seal in the cornice. But that would be the goal.
Interesting. I know it's conceptual, but just
Yeah,
I would
mean,
expect there to be a parapet on the front, which is traditional, and then for there to be normal, typical drainage beyond that on the side. But
yeah,
thank you.
yeah, it gets you in the cornice, just certainly study multiple ways to do that, which I think would not be negatively affect the street.
Any other questions? Last thing, you just confirming, you lowered it to DFE, correct? Okay, thank you.
So 1 foot above DFE.
Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Street, you're pleased that the application is no longer allocating above DFE. We continue to have concerns about the proposed work of the one-story piazza. The city has a policy against piazza enclosures because they're primary feature of houses. This application proposes closing an additional portion of the north piazza and adding a new proposed piazza on the upper floor. The changes alter the character of the house, and we are not in support of these changes to the piazza. We recommend denial of this aspect of the project for reason.
And Catherine Carroll with Preservation Society of Charleston. We too feel that this proposal is moving in a positive direction. However, we did struggle with the review of this application as we felt that submittal requirements were not met. Previously proposed plans, elevations, and renderings side by side with the current proposal are missing. So there were some parts that we felt a little ill-equipped to understand. While this iteration reflects improvements, especially at the foundation level, the proposal to expand existing piazza enclosures is still not appropriate, and constructing a third floor piazza would create a false sense of this building's evolution. So we would ask for a deferral for continued study to more closely adhere to the BAR's design guidelines for elevating historic buildings, the policy statement for piazza enclosures, and submittal requirements.
Is there anyone else speaking? We have no written public comments submitted. Frankie, please give us the staff comments and recommendations, please.
I've got the information on the your policy on piazza enclosure, which we discussed, which has already been discussed. I'm not going to read it again, and then just some description of what's being changed. The applicant has gone through that already, so I won't go through all of it. Though we did have a concern that the remaining area of the first floor piazza is entirely occupied by stairs now. And I'm also going to kind of edit my comments as I go because I forgot about that second floor piazza being shown on the Sanborn maps, so I'm striking that from my comments. Staff comments: if the piazza is enclosed, it should be behind columns and balustrades so that these features can be retained in place and changes are reversible. Staff would consider encouraging investigation to a variance for a rear addition to accomplish some of the proposed changes. As I said, I'm striking comment number 3 because I had forgotten that we discussed that previously. The proposed piazza door is very high style for the vernacular style of the house. The door height and transom window are very tall, or appear to be very tall, detailing. We recommend adding some detail to the new masonry base in the form of either piers or recesses within the brick. Location of flood vents should be shown in appropriate places and not on the front of the house. They're not shown on the front of the house. I just had a drawing with that, so I wanted to bring that up since I'm saying show them. We recommend some detailing shown in the new doors at the base. And just a reminder, as you are elevating the house, please elevate the chimney with the building. And I typed the wrong recommendation on this. This was a deferral with staff comments.
Thank you, Frankie. Did the applicant want to respond to or clarify anything raised in city staff comments or public comment?
Yeah, just a few items. We appreciate the concerns about enclosing piazza space. We tried to be more sensitive on that in this iteration, scale back significantly what we were proposing to do before, while still allowing my clients to, again, allow the house to be adapted to their needs. But studying from a street view and from a three-dimensional, to understand that it did not, I know one of the comments previously was that it was very heavy-handed. So the goal was to be more sensitive and while still gaining this heated space, but do it in a way where the house still felt from the street for the pedestrian that it was not as heavy-handed of a change and that it would fit in and would potentially always have been there that way. With regard to the front building transom, so it's not actually a transom. I think it's not a glass transom, I should say. It has, so this is the existing front door, which we are proposing to maintain at its current location. And then it has a framed, basically a recessed area of wood siding. So we are proposing to basically maintain that entire entry element and keep it at the street and raise everything else. So its proportions are, just because that's what's existing, we're not proposing to change that at all. And that was, again, the goal was to try to maintain as much at eye level in that street experience from the existing house as we the rest raises. And we would absolutely raise the chimneys for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote.
I'll go ahead and get started. First of all, I'd like to say there have been a lot of positive changes on this, and I really do appreciate that. But I still, and I think I'm the one that used this last time, I still think it's a little heavy-handed in this house. It's gotten a lot better, but I think it's still heavy-handed. As I said before, the piazza should not be enclosed. That's just something that just not done. It's done often in the past when there was no VAR in certain areas, but it's just sort of a given nowadays. We don't enclose piazzas. Piazzas are the biggest character defining feature of the Charleston single house. Any additional second floor addition, I still say it should just be limited to the area above that existing breakfast room. Breakfast room and powder room, I think they're both in there. And also I think this was brought up last time, when you internalize the stairs, which I think is a good thing because it helps with elevating the house. It does eat up almost all of the piazza, and then closing it further, it just kind of compounds that issue. As far as the second floor piazza goes, if there was one there before, then fine. But I haven't seen evidence that there was one there before. Sandboard maps, they're a wonderful tool, but they are not always right. I frequently find mistakes in it. So I would not want to base the decision to put a piazza, second floor piazza on this house just based on the sandboard map. I think the thing to do is just take a step back, go in there, open up some walls, see if there's any evidence of previous doorways that would have led out to the piazza. Open up, or maybe a roof, second floor piazza roof, what's tied into the side of the house. And that's a fairly simple thing, and that would answer that question right there. The changes to the base of the house, I appreciate the change to the brick, it has a lot more texture, appreciate the staircase coming off the side. If we were looking at if I was sitting here looking at a set of drawings for new construction, I would say very nicely done. This is a renovation of a historic house. And it's our job as a board to make sure that these houses are treated in a respectful manner and preserved in their original form as close as possible. So I continue to believe that the project needs to work. I would agree with Frankie if there's any way to work with zoning for some variances and go backwards. Much better solution.
I agree with everything Bill has said. I think he covered it pretty well. I would not, I think it's come a long way and it's certainly moving in the right direction. I would not support further infill of the first floor porch. If this, Sandboard maps says there was a second floor porch there, but I think the consensus is that the Sandboard maps might well be incorrect. If there were not a second floor porch there, I would struggle with the addition of one as speculative. If there were, if it could be shown that it was likely that there was a second floor porch there originally, then I would support its reintroduction and would probably even support an infill at the back since it's new construction, but not to exceed the infill on the first floor, the existing infill on the first floor. And I think it would certainly be nice to set any infill behind the colonnade. So and I certainly do appreciate everything else, all the movement in the right direction everywhere else.
Yeah, I think the applicant's being really cooperative and trying really hard to respond to the direction we're giving. I'd almost be inclined to suggest deferral to give him a chance to verify whether there was a second floor piazza there, because the Sandboard maps are messed up sometimes, but they're generally pretty good. It'd be surprising to me if they just stamped out like 6 big mistakes in a row, but maybe they did. And I want to acknowledge an appreciation of the applicant's willingness to elevate this house, because that is a major undertaking that is represents a big benefit for the city and the safety of this historic fabric for decades to come. And I can't help factoring that into my level of sympathy, just trying to work with them to help them achieve what they want to do while they're making that major investment in our city and in this historic property. Do you agree with Frankie that any infill, whether it's more or less than what's there now, should be set behind the columns and be more reversible? The parapet return, I don't quite understand that. And Bill, I think you had noticed a couple of awkward details, like where the piazza screen intersects with the lower porch floor and where the upper porch roof kind of extends way beyond the column there. So there's some detail issues that need to be worked out eventually, but I'm hopeful that they can, and that these applicants can find a good solution and make this project happen.
I wasn't here for the last review, so I was kind of seeing this new. I understand it's come a long way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I guess I was looking at it with fresh eyes, and just a couple of details that kind of struck me as different. I guess call it that. I think retaining the entry door on the street is definitely meritorious, but it's kind of presenting this sort of floating little ball that's, I guess, in front of the railing. Is the way it looks like. It's really different detail. And then the upper cornice, to support the upper cornice coming across, there's this big cantilever over one of the columns as well, which is really different. And then this sort of massive banding between the proposed piazza floor levels. It's definitely missing some detail. I don't know. I'm looking at the streetscape photos with all the little sister houses. The one thing, this roof form is really difficult to merge the second floor roof into. So it may be a little suspect as to whether that second floor piazza was on there. But if there's a clean way to do it, I think this one might be a little bit difficult to accomplish. So I would, and obviously the detailing of the foundation to be compatible with the rhythm of the house, especially around the proposed piazza area. The spacing of the proposed columns. I know some of that's responding to what's there, I believe. Yeah, it is. But in raising it and putting it in a different context, it might mean that that might just be cleaned up. It's mainly the details that are getting me. The joining of some of these details, it appears. I'll just say it's out of the norm. Having a hard time understanding if it's too far out of the norm, especially the screen around the entry door, cantilever detail at the proposed piazza with the roof cornice, and then the roof detail behind that. The body of the house behind is fairly straightforward, but there's just a lot of things I think that need to be thought out from actual construction standpoint and cleaned up. I think it just needs a cleaning of some of these details to make it make more sense. So that's all I have.
And Frankie, was their previous application denied? Is that why there wasn't previous and current?
It was denied, but I believe I was just flipping through it and it was deferred. So that was a mistake on my part. I thought it had been denied.
So it sounds like looking for another deferral. And I guess to me, the big reason for that would be to verify whether or not the second floor piazza is justifiable. And then maybe just we do that and then sort of adopt some of staff's comments to give a little more direction. Okay, I'll make a motion for deferral to allow the applicant to determine whether there is precedent for a second floor piazza. And then staff comments 1, and then 4 through 8.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for deferral, to allow the applicant to determine whether there is precedent for a second floor piazza with staff comments 1 and 4 through 8. Do I have a second to Julie's motion?
Second.
Motion to a vote. So Louis?
Yay in favor.
Phil Turner? Julia?
Yay in favor.
Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Chair votes for majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Thank y'all. Let's adjourn for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, we will reconvene in 10 minutes. We'll even have a Okay, welcome back. We're on agenda item number 7, 14 Gadsden Street. Frankie, could you give us an introduction overview, please?
14 Gadsden Street is a category 3 in Charleston Village, circa 1830 in the Old Historic District. They're requesting conceptual approval to elevate the existing structure. This is the location at the corner of Gadsden and Wentworth. Some existing site photos. We will turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, my name is Mike Fisher. I'm a local architect. These are my clients. And I'm going to keep this very concise. This house, we are wanting to elevate and get up to FEMA standards. And all the houses I've been in downtown, this is an excellent candidate. On the corner of Wentworth and Gadsden, that street tends to flood. And we are proposing to elevate the house an additional 4 feet 6 inches to meet city freeboard and FEMA flood standards. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant?
Are there like city easements in place for the existing stairs, or have you dealt with the fact that, sorry, what?
Oh, sorry, I've not even heard previously.
The fact that you're gonna encroach more onto the city's right of way? I'm just curious how that works.
So the sidewalk coming down, you can see on the title page there, does encroach a little bit on the sidewalk, and we've been through that process.
So they've approved the proposed stairs
Yeah,
on the
as
right.
far as I know, standing here, we're good to go.
Any other questions? Might be good to have that, like documentation just of that.
I know they're in the process at least. I hadn't looked to see if it was approved or not, because sometimes they don't even approve the encroachment permit until after we have approved something.
Okay, all right, cool. Chicken, egg.
But I know they've at least submitted. It gets complicated, sorry.
I agree with that statement.
And then 2 more little questions. One, I was wondering why the secondary steps are on the south elevation and not on the side elevation and not the rear.
Which steps? I'm not following.
The new steps that you're adding, like secondary back steps off the piazza.
Oh, replacing the steps that were there. There's existing steps there now, and we're going in the same spot to put steps there.
Yeah, and they're just not as prominent or, massive as they will be when it's elevated. I was just curious. And the piazza foundation at Gadsden, did I see a frame wall in that? Is that masonry or?
Along Gadsden Street, that's a masonry wall.
Encroachment permit is pending.
Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, that's cool. I'm encouraged that the city's just willing to give you sidewalk for stairs.
It's pending, it hasn't finished.
Okay.
Now, what we're proposing does not encroach into the sidewalk as deep as the existing, but running parallel, it is longer.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Approved.
HCF has an exterior easement on the property at 14 Gadsden Street. This area of the city has frequent flooding, and we have been concerned about this property for some time. We've worked closely with the applicant over the last few months and confirmed that this proposal conforms necessary requirements of our easement. Northeast of the proposed project, and respectfully recommend approval.
Any other public comment? We have no written public comment. Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
That should say operations first. We just had a couple, the change in the stair configuration will require approval from engineering for additional encouragement. Like I said, we knew they were in the process, just not if it had been approved or not, but sometimes they don't approve till we do. Building should remain in original location on the lot unless doing so prevents the reasonable introduction of stairs, that is per the BAR guidelines on raising. The recessed arches to create a nice rhythm, we really appreciate that. And the change in the knee wall height helps mitigate the change in elevation. So I just had a comment, but please elevate the chimney with the building. Our recommendation is conceptual approval with the one staff comment and final review by staff.
Mr. Fisher, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised?
We're raising the chimneys.
Thank you. All right, public comment. The applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote. Julia, did you make a motion?
I think it's fine.
Staff likes the recessed arches. I had meant to ask where that came from.
That was a handful of schemes and working together with HCF. That's what we landed on as the best one. Create a nice rhythm and not have a flat facade. And we're gonna reuse the vents, our existing wrought iron vents that are in the building, and those same vents will go back in.
Okay. We appreciated it followed the same rhythm as the existing piers.
Those decorative brought on.
Vents, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
They are. That house right now needs as much air circulation under it as it can get.
I couldn't remember being out there.
Yeah, I don't know how old they are. They seem very old, but I don't know if they're as old as the house. House is pretty old.
Well, all right. And again, like the last applicant, thank you guys for doing this because it's really important for preservation. I know it's not. I'll make a motion for. Oh, sorry.
If you don't mind.
No.
I would like to suggest, if you're going for an encroachment permit, maybe you go for a little bit more one, and maybe the steps get a little wider. Personally, I think they would fit the scale of the house. A little bit wider. A little narrow for the size of the house. And then I kind of agree with you brought up earlier, Julie, about the stairs on the side. I think a simpler, cleaner solution is just to have them one bay around the corner, coming off the back. I think it would be a much more elegant solution for the building. And I like the recessive arches that kind of gives some depth along the street, but maybe also introduce maybe some score lines or something to kind of give it a little bit more texture. But other than that, I think it's all working.
I'm thinking about your idea of wider steps. I'm looking at that. There's 2.8 left on the sidewalk. I think before the planter.
I think they have to fill in a section.
Uh-huh.
I don't think that would be. I think it's something worth studying.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Take as much as you can from the man.
You're asking, you might as well ask.
That was something we discussed quite a bit, is the width of those, and that 2.8 number in the planner, when I laid it out, I got nervous.
I don't think the planner will be an issue. I think they will let you create it.
When I was measuring, the guy came by on a bicycle with the handlebars. It really got me thinking about it. So I think the best thing would be if the planter got smaller.
And then there's a power pole that the bike would also have to go around, although I guess they're not supposed to be on the side. Yeah. All right, so I'm just going to spontaneously motion for conceptual approval with staff comments and board comments to study widening the new front stairs and to relocate the secondary stairs to the rear of the property. And is that it? That's it. All right.
Honor review by staff.
I'll review my stuff.
We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comment and 2 board comments. 1 to study widening the new front stairs, and the second to relocate the secondary stairs to the rear of the property. And final review by staff. Do I have a second to Julia's motion?
Second.
Bill. Put the motion to a vote. Bill Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
John Moore.
Yay in favor.
Julia.
In favor.
Sylvie.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes for the majority, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna get some sidewalk. That's pretty cool. You're getting sidewalk.
Yeah, that was a new one for me. That's great. We actually want it. Thank you.
Agenda item 8 is 369 King Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction and overview.
369 King Street is category 4, circa 1850 in the Old Historic District. They're requesting conceptual approval for storefront alterations.
369.
This is the property's location on King Street. The existing site photos, it's one with the wave. Some context of King Street. I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hi, my name is Ryan Skoviak. I'm an architect with Fellow Gears Architects. We're requesting approval for the removal of the dinosaur storefront, and we're bringing that over the storefront that's over the So, as you saw before, the existing non-historic storefront is that wave-shaped storefront. It was built sometime in the mid-2000s. In the upper right, you can see a picture of that. And then in the lower left, you can see a picture of that overall building facade. For the new proposed storefront, we're wanting to do something a little bit more traditional. So you can see our proposal on the lower right-hand corner. And for inspiration, we went to look back at some historic photos, and we found some from the 60s era, which showed kind of the ceiling is kind of like a faceted octagonal ceiling with some like aluminum storefront window panels and kind of a faceted lower base section. And we don't believe that that was what was originally there, and so we didn't want to go with what was in these pictures. But we did like the center entrance of that, and kind of a cool feature that is still there today is the lesser's entry tiling. So we are proposing to preserve that portion of this era. And to get more inspiration, I walked down King Street and I took a bunch of pictures, and it was fun. I like this graphic. I wanted to get the details right, so I looked at a lot of different storefronts to get the details right. And here I got a floor plan that shows the new storefront proposal, plan details on the left, and then that's the storefront entry from the 60s era, the lesser's jewelry, and the enlarged elevation of the storefront, and section details that show the overall composition of the storefront system. And I will end there and answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
Is the storefront painted?
Yes.
Any other questions?
As opposed to stain. As opposed to stain. I mean, I assume
it's
it would put in something up.
Color.
I assumed it was painted.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment? And there was no written public comment submitted. Frankie, to give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
We just have observations that the proposal complements the existing buildings and is sympathetic to the historic storefronts of King Street, and that we appreciate the attention to detail in retaining the historic tile. Our recommendation is, I believe it was final approval. And I think I copied and pasted wrong. I'm sorry. We were recommending final approval.
So they apply for conception or recommending final?
They had all the details for final.
Okay, do you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the staff comments?
We applied for final.
They applied for final since they had not been reviewed before. I had to post it as conceptual.
Okay. All right, well, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I always hated that school.
I have too.
It was so weird, yeah.
It was a surf shop.
Yes, it was.
Bill, did you just make a motion?
I make a motion for final approval, details for staff.
We have a motion on the floor for final approval with final review by staff. Do I have a second to Bill's motion?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you,
Motion
Julia.
was second.
I'll put the motion to a vote. Someone?
Yay in favor.
Yeah, in favor.
Turner?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia?
In favor.
Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Sure.
Agenda item number 9 has been deferred. Agenda item 10 is 20 Atlantic Street. Frank, could you give us an introduction overview, please?
I apologize, I don't know what was going on with my typing. My motions are correct. 20 Atlantic is not surveyed in Charleston, circa 1935 in the Old Historic District. They're requesting conceptual approval for fenestration alteration. This is the property's location on Atlantic Street. Existing site photos, this was circa 2016. The current and the previous photo, 2019 and 2015. Some context of Atlantic Street and San Juan. And we had a hosting career from 1812. I'll turn it over to the applicants.
Good evening, my name is Evan Gonzalez from the Pioneer. Kate Campbell's here with me as well. So I want to start on sandboard maps for 20 Atlantic. So in all the sandboard maps, all the way to 1955, it shows a 2-story piazza going straight across. The current design shows infill porch and then what looks like a modified pushback backboard and the exterior wall on side elevation. So we believe that the front elevation was pretty significantly modified somewhere in the 70s. And then the other photos that we included as part of our remodel research was the back kitchen area and the rear porch was completely enclosed in 2013, as well as some work over the front steps. So this house has been pretty significantly modified over the years, and that was evident in the documentation. These are existing photos, some precedent imagery of some of the items that we're proposing for the house. So getting into the design, the front elevation, we're proposing to rebuild the front steps. They're currently sinking, and then put bluestone treads on the top. Swap the 70s French doors that we believe came at the same time as they enclosed the first story porch due to the tight light patterns with some larger light patterns. And then stabilize the long span rail. Currently, it's very shaky and unstable with 3 intermediary posts. On the east side, which is the majority of the work, we have a few window movement that we're looking to do. A lot of it is in the non-visible portion of the facade. The visible part is on the second floor, these double windows. We're proposing to add another window next to the 1/1 on the second floor. These are really sister bedrooms that are on the second floor. They're mirror images of each other, and on the west facade, there's double windows, so we'd like that to just be reflected on the east facade as well. And then this back portion, which is where the kitchen was, I included that in my imagery, has been pretty significantly modified with the documented first story windows moving to second story. We're just looking to bring that back. And then the rear elevation not visible from the street, and the west elevation, we're not proposing anything by adding shutters. I'll take any questions. One other note. Our client has been in contact with the neighbor, is currently just granting access to the east side because it is a pretty tight with the neighbor's driveway.
Your gained windows that you're adding shutters to, I assume those will be bifocal?
Yeah, they'll be double.
Any other questions?
This print's so small, I can't.
Yeah. It's a lot of information.
I read it once, but I got it. Yeah, I just zoomed it up. There are shutters on the first floor currently.
Yeah.
Do you think they're original, or are they?
We don't think they're original. Just in these photographs, they weren't part of the imagery.
There's some on the back, on this west side windows, there's evidence of the shutter dogs, but not shutters. So they've definitely, some have been removed over time, so, I mean, we can definitely try and keep what we've got and refurbish and match.
I just the ones that are existing appear to be louvers in the drawings, and you were proposing paneling. I was just curious the change.
Yeah, I'd have to go back to that elevation, but, I mean, that would be preferred, but we can certainly look at reusing them. It's more of that, going back to more of a panel shutter on the bottom floor and leaving it up top. But we're going to do that.
Any other questions? Thank you. Is there anyone speaking in the public?
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. I would like to thank the applicant for meeting with us on site to discuss the project, as it was very helpful to learn about this house's evolution. Given there have clearly been a number of alterations over time, we're generally comfortable with their proposal, but we do encourage studying options to limit fenestration changes to the rearmost, least visible portions of the building. In particular, we would prefer to see the existing transoms remain over the second floor doors on the front elevation unless there is clear documentation to support this change. Thank you. April 1, Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for fenestration changes at 20 Atlantic, and we thank the applicant for their time reviewing the project with us. We have a few specific comments on this project. On the front elevation, we believe that the second floor porch railing is a character defining feature, and the proposed support posts change the character of this element. If the railing needs support, we recommend installing support on the back side of the railing.
We are also concerned about changes to the doors on the second porch. It is unclear whether the transoms are original to the house or a later alteration. Without evidence suggesting the transoms are not historic, we recommend keeping the transoms above the doors. On the east elevation, our primary concern is the addition of the window on the first floor front room. There is no evidence that a window in this location existed, and we do not support altering the exterior of the building for this window. Thank you for your consideration of our comments.
Anyone else speaking? We have no written public comments submitted. Frankie, would you give us any staff comments and recommendations, please?
Staff side note, we appreciate the fresh changes to the attic vents. And as for comments, windows should stay in original locations. Proposed relocation will necessitate changing the majority of the siding. And shutters on the first floor should remain louvered. Staff is recommending deferral for restudy with staff comments.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Gonzalez, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or city staff comments and recommendations?
Yeah, we did discuss and meet with HCF and Preservation Society. I think we are willing to look at the transoms and keeping those and redesign the French doors, as well as the railing posts to be omitted. The newly added window is really a new design element, and I say that very cautiously, but without a window there, we just feel like that whole backside of the house in the living room and the proposed stair location is going to be pretty dark, as well as we've made significant study in that placement of that window, with being on center with the exhale window across the foyer. So we would like to keep the window if possible.
Thank you.
Just in response to the staff comment about the siding, that is the portion of the house that has had alterations and siding alterations over time. So we're trying to limit any alterations to that in the back side.
Thank you. All right, public comment to the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move on to board discussion and vote.
Frankie, would you just go to the elevation that seems to have all the window movement? I'm not sure, really understand the need for the double window there where there wasn't ever a double window on the second floor. But I think I'm fine with adding the second one on the first floor and with kind of adjusting the ones that are, as you say, not visible near the back. And then I appreciate preservation groups' thoughts about the perhaps original fenestration on the front and the guardrail. That's all I got. And I guess if the louvered shutters on the first level are significantly aged, then it might make sense just to go with that.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with your comments, Julia, especially about definitely researching the transom and then securing the railing, maybe in a more discreet way. One very minor point I did notice, and this is just a detailing point, on your solid panel shutters, you're showing your lock rail of your shutters in line with the check rail of the window, but your others are showing properly they need to be below, because when you raise the sash, close the window, you can lock the shutter. Or the
Oh my
sash.
God, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, very minor detail. Herbert DaCosta taught me that when I was a young architect, to draw it the right way, so I passed that on. Comes straight from him. So, anyway, yeah, I'm in agreement.
I'm struggling a little bit. There's a lot of window changes here. movement, and it's difficult. It was difficult for me to even studying it, and I did make an attempt to sort of sort out what might be newer windows that are being moved, and original or windows that were being. I know obviously some are being added, but I think there are a number of original windows that are original windows that are possibly being eliminated, and several that are being moved. I struggle with that. I would be more comfortable if I really had a survey knowing what had been changed, what was original, and what all was of each were being altered. I think we should proceed with caution in rearranging openings in historic structures. And so that's really my concern is that I don't feel like I have quite enough information to make a really informed decision about which windows are okay to be changed and which ones probably are not okay to be changed.
Mickey, have you been to the site to verify the visibility?
I have been to the site, confirmed some of the visibility, not all of it. We did a very quick visit when we were posting.
I was out there too, and I honestly can't remember how much that's.
I could remember till Julia asked me.
Well, I went by and looked at it, and it's really, when you get all the way to the back, it's really hard to see. And of course, that theoretically takes it out of play, obviously. But I went by and stood on the sidewalk and looked and tried to see how much I could see. And it's, the very back is not. I don't think it's visible.
I do kind of agree with Julia's comment about whether or not the double tank windows are needed elevators.
She was asking if they were requesting to take stucco off the base.
No, it's currently painted, but in stucco on the front.
So do you want a window inventory or verification with staff, what may be old and original versus replaced or relocated? Is that what you're saying, Phil?
Yeah, I just,
That one window.
if the sight line is correct, we assume the sight line is correct, then a lot of this would just go out of play on both sides. I agree with Julie. I don't know about the double window. Scroll back to the elevation.
The stairs are moving inside, which is why that one, window that kind of breaks the floor is moving. Yeah.
Is that what you were looking for?
Well, I was looking on here, trying to remember when I walked by how much of that I could see. But the drawings are correct, and that really leaves that double window in the addition of the new window on the east elevation. That's about it.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion for they're asking for conceptual, right? Conceptual approval with staff comments Number 2, unless new information comes to light. And board comments to retain historic transoms at the front elevation, second floor. To eliminate the second window upstairs on the east elevation. Just repeat that. To eliminate or to eliminate the second, not add a second window on the second floor upstairs, second floor on the east elevation. I think that's it.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comment 2 and board comment to retain the historic transoms at the second floor front elevation, and the second board comment to eliminate the second window on the second floor east elevation. Do I have a second?
I have one more, I'm sorry. One more to restudy stabilization of guardrail to preserve existing aesthetics.
Okay, I'm gonna read the revised motion. For conceptual approval with staff comment 2 and board comment number 1 to retain the historic transoms, the second floor front elevation. Board comment 2 to eliminate the second window on the second floor of the east elevation, and board comment 3 to restudy stabilization of the guardrail to preserve the existing aesthetics. Do I have a second to Julia's motion? The motion to a vote, Fillmore?
They opposed.
Bill Healy?
In favor.
Julia?
In favor.
Bill Turner?
In favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes 4-4 and 1 against. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 11 is 14 Colonial Street. Frank, can you give us an introduction and overview, please?
14 Colonial is a category 3 in Charleston, section 1820 in the Old Historic District. They are requesting conceptual approval for rear porch enclosure and second floor addition. This is the location on Colonial. Existing site photos. Some context of Colonial. And I will turn it over to the applicant.
Hello, my name is Tyler Smith. I'm working with the owners of this residence, Clay and Richard Calvin. 3 children, 4 on the way, considering we need a little bit more room in the house, and so that is the primary reason for the additions that we have proposed. There is a non-original porch on the rear of the house, which is the east elevation. That we would like to replace with a one-story addition of the same footprint. In addition to that, having a second floor addition that would match that footprint. As you can see, built in around 1920, I think maybe a little later, there is an aerial photo from 1929 where you can see the residence, and there was a second floor porch over the entry porch, which was infilled with some sort of low quality vinyl windows at some point in the fairly, I don't know when it was done, maybe in the last 30, 40 years. We'd like to replace those windows. We'd like to replace those windows with new, higher quality windows. We would like to put some fretwork in the upper portion of those windows. The original 1/1 windows are mostly intact, and this would reinforce the idea that these are new windows and not original windows for this residence. We would also like to introduce columns that would appear to have been porch columns there. We don't know exactly what it looks like. We have no original photos, but corner columns and one in the center to give the porch, the infill porch, a little bit of scale. There's also existing aluminum siding on the building. It's about 7 inches exposure, looks like 7-inch lap. Behind it appears in the elements that we have been able to peel away. There's a 3 3/4 inch exposure lap siding, which is pretty handsome, very tight, and we'd like to remove the the aluminum siding to expose this original lap siding. To the rear of the house, we would pull the addition in from the original side walls of the building. It's not very visible from the street, and it's not visible from Rutledge on the backside. We, on this south elevation, we would also like to make a window adjustment. There are windows that are spread apart with a non-original stained glass transom window in the living room that we would like to eliminate. Create 2 pairs of windows that would be stacked above one another, and that would mimic the pair of windows on the front elevation, which is the west elevation. We also like to introduce a window to replace one of the second floor windows with a leaded glass window. This would be mimicked on the north elevation as well here. 2 windows in the stairwell. We'd like to remove the existing windows, storing the sash on site in case someone wanted to revert this later on. But 2 leaded glass windows in the same openings in the stairwell there. And then 1 window in the back to replace with a leaded glass window that would be in the kitchen. That's to the lower left of the bottom elevation that you see. On the rear elevation, we have pairs of French doors, first level and second level, with a very shallow balcony on the second level. And it says this addition was approved with the BZA a while ago. I'm sure you know that already. But lastly, we would like to place the HVAC equipment on the roof to get it out and away from the garden. We are going to be removing an existing storage shed that's on the that's on in the backyard. That would be coming away as part of the overall project. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the applicant?
The windows where you're planning on replacing with the leaded glass,
Yes.
Do you know the age of those sashes, if maybe they're original or?
We think that they are probably original sash, yes,
Okay.
sir, from the early 20s.
Could you not go in there and keep the sashes and replace the glass on it with the lead?
That's a good question. I'm actually not sure about that. That's something that we would explore that.
So, Tyler, there was this small porch on the second floor upstairs, in the front, and also in the rear, both of which have already been closed in, right?
There may have been, I think there was a previously enclosed porch in the rear also. The one in the front is very outdated. There were actually triple hung windows beyond this, and we talked about restoring the porch, but they really need the space as it is. So we'd like to make an improvement to it to make it sort of look and read better.
Any other questions? Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
April Woods, Charleston Foundation, ACF has reviewed review the application for conceptual approval for work at 14 Colonial Street, and we thank the applicant for spending with us earlier this year on this project. We have no objection to the work proposed at the rear of the structure, and we are pleased with the siding improvements. We do have comments on the proposed fenestration changes. On the front elevation, we are supportive of improving the second floor porch enclosure. While we agree that the decorative mutton detail on the proposed windows is very attractive, we believe it would be more appropriate to simplify the windows so that the windows are clearly identifiable as porch infill windows rather than historic windows. On the south and north elevations, we're concerned about the installation of new windows in locations where there is no evidence of prior windows, and the relocation of historic window openings to accommodate interior changes. These alterations require the removal of historic fabric and present a false sense of the evolution of the house. We recommend retaining the historic window openings in the front locations. Regarding the stained glass, if the existing window sash are not historic and the openings are not going to be altered to accommodate the stained glass, we have no objection to inserting stained glass into the existing openings. More information should be provided in this regard. Just a new comment, I think Bill Turner's idea about inserting lead glass within the existing sash was a good suggestion. Thank you for your consideration of our comments.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Our comments are largely the same as HCF, so I'll try to keep this brief. We really appreciate the applicant meeting with us on this project. We're generally supportive of this rehabilitation. It cleans up more recent and sensitive alterations. We would, however, encourage a lighter touch to altering existing fenestration patterns unless supported by evidence, keeping with the comments on the last item as well. In particular, we're concerned that introducing decorative mutton patterns on the front elevation and leaded glass throughout will create a false sense of history. So we just ask that this be restudied as the project moves forward. Thank you.
All right, we had no written public comments submitted. Frankie, if you give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff had some observations that we appreciate the proposed change, removing the vinyl windows. The proposed addition is subordinate and differentiated from the existing structure, and for the board's information, the project received a special exception for zoning, so you have purview regardless of disability. As for comments, the decorative mountain pattern is not currently existing on the structure, and we would like some justification for the proposed changes to the fenestration. The doors around on the existing is reminiscent of an earlier period, and we suggest restudy something more in character of the existing house. We also think the windows should remain in original locations, and we think the French doors with transoms were appropriate for the structure. So staff recommendation was to further restudy the staff comments.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Smith, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in public comment or city staff comments and recommendations?
Sure, I'll be brief. For the windows on the front elevation with the mutton pattern that we would like to put there, we see those as being, instead of the 1/1 windows, which are existing mostly throughout the existing house, we think that would actually mark them as being something different from the original windows. This is some added detail for a house that doesn't have a whole lot. So as far as the leaded glass perhaps being installed in existing window sashes, I think that's a very good idea. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, public comment on the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and vote.
I think there's a lot of positive changes. I think the rear addition, I'm fine with that. I think it differentiates itself well from the store volume. I think the changes to the infilled front porch are all positive. I'm kind of on the fence on decorative buttons. I do believe that if the leaded glass is going to be inserted, then it should be within the existing sashes. And I agree with Frankie's comment about the door just being added to the side towards the rear. It's a little high style to surround.
Right. I guess it is just me, but the way that the rear addition sort of eats the roof line at the back of the historic volume bothers me a little bit. If it could be tucked under there, I think would be a little more respectful. And I'm saying this because Frankie told us visibility doesn't matter, although I suppose you could see this a little bit through the block.
Well, they got a special acceptance, so we got perfect.
So, yeah.
I shouldn't have told Bill how to get too excited.
No, I'm not excited.
No.
I'm hungry.
But I mean, it effectively erases the roof line back there and the historic original second floor fenestration. Just something to think about. And you're removing the fireplace that's inside, but supporting the chimney. Is that what I'm seeing?
That is on one of the chimneys, yes, ma'am.
I could be fine with the decorative patterns on the front elevation. And I would tend to agree with staff and others about really minimizing window movements and reconfigurations on the side elevations. I don't know, just the way that eave connects back there. It seems like there's pretty decent height, like maybe you could just pull that ceiling height down and tuck it under the eave, and that would just be kind of cooler.
Yeah. That's a good point. We've made that point recently on other applications as well. I agree with staff's comments, and I think the only one, I mean, the French doors on the back, they obviously those are the ones you're referring to in your last comment there. I don't really have as much of a issue with that, but I do agree with your other comments. And Julia's comment about tucking, if possible, tucking that eave line under the original.
I generally agree. I do agree with staff about the French doors on the rear.
You did.
I think they need to be reconsidered a little bit. I mean, I'm assuming they're visible, but I don't even know if they're visible because I didn't go by the house. I do have concern about the rearrangement, sort of significant rearrangement of the windows on the south elevation. I think they should stay in there. If those openings are original, they should stay there. And there's one on the north that's being moved, actually pulled out and replaced with a different style window. If it's in its original location, I think it should remain. I don't have a lot of issue with the button pattern on the front windows. I mean, the addition in general, I think it might be nice if, I think Julia, you said about the eaves. I think it would be nice maybe to drop that a little bit so that it doesn't look quite so continuous. I actually think the little one-story porch fits the architecture of the building better. But the size and mass of that addition is not inappropriate. I do think it would be nice to drop it a little bit.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes.
One quick question again, on the south elevation. I think you mentioned something about the small stained glass one. horizontal?
Yeah, it does not appear to be, there is, what I believe to be an original stained glass window over the main entry door. And the quality of that glass is very different than the additional transoms that we believe were added at some point, both in the living room and the dining room on the left there. It's newer glass, it's very different, it's not the same. I don't know when it dates from, but
We're
it's not.
both talking about the same.
Correct.
It's a little hard.
And there's also one on the opposite side, which is going to remain, but those windows appear to have remained at the same time and at a later date, maybe one of them we believe to be an original transom roof. One more comment while I'm here. Those the windows on the rear elevation across the top are not original. Those were infilled at one time. Those are newer window sash there. Thank you.
All right, so. I will make a motion for. I'm okay to make a motion for conceptual approval with staff comments 2, 3, and 4. And a board comment to alter the roof line at rear addition to disengage from historic eave. I'm on staff. I'm on you by staff.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comments 2, 3, and 4. And board comment to alter the roof line of the rear addition,
To disengage.
You want to get a comment in
to disengage from
about
the
putting
historic
stained glass in
eave
the-
and final review by
Oh, yeah.
staff.
Maybe we had a staff comment.
The leaded glass, maybe go ahead, they're gonna do leaded glass, have use of the existing sections.
So, okay. Use leaded glass, do you want to add that?
Yes, I was letting it just fall under windows should remain in the original locations.
Well, those windows
Sure,
weren't being moved, it was just that the sash were gonna come out, and they were, and leaded glass, and Bill suggested that
And
they put the leaded glass, they're gonna do the original sash,
So,
and I guess it's a good
If
idea.
leaded glass is used, then the sash is to remain.
And then existing sections.
An existing sash is to remain. Okay, so I'm gonna reread this. The motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comments 2, 3, 4, and a board comment to alter the roof line at rear addition to disengage from the historic eave. And if leaded glass is used, then using the existing sashes are to remain and final review by staff. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
With the motion to the vote, Fillmore,
Yay in favor.
Bill Ewing,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia. In favor. Turner.
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes for majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 12, 16 Murray Boulevard. Frank, you could give us an introduction overview, please.
Murray is not surveyed in Charlestown's 1980s in the old and historic district. They're requesting to elevate existing structure of DFE and provide parking under structure. This is the property's location on Murray. You just see site photos. Context of Murray. And we're not showing it was that. We'll turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. I'm David Fisher with
Johnson Denzinger Architects. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the board's professionalism this evening in the face of some of the prior applicants and their very confrontational sort of position, telling you guys exactly how you're supposed to do your job, complete with handouts. That you were able to maintain a pleasant disposition throughout all that, I thought was phenomenal. So we're up here for the second time on this particular application. We originally presented on the 11th of May with the idea that we were going to elevate this house to provide sufficient response to the requirements that the city has for the compliance with current codes, where the improvements to the residents are exceeding 50% and therefore they can follow the code. And we took advantage of that and went to base flood and added a foot for design flood and then another foot for safety measures, 2-foot freeboard, and then we requested another 14 to 15 inches on top of that for accommodating the ductwork for the house. And during the time of the deferral, we took a step back and a couple of deep breaths, and made some calls, made some inquiries into the way to go about this. And in preparation for this presentation tonight, I decided to compose a little parable, which is kind of an offbeat way of making the presentation, but I promise you that this has relevancy to the overall problem. When I was a kid growing up in Baltimore, occasionally my mom would drop me off at my grandmother's house for the weekend, and she lived a little bit further down to Baltimore City than we did. And if I had a full day and her time and attention, I'd say, hey, can we go to the zoo? Or can Grandpa take us to Fort McHenry? And Grandma's standard response was, if God's so willing and the creek don't rise. So when I was 8 years old, analogies to an 8-year-old are pretty flimsy. So I decided to approach this from the standpoint, what is she literally saying to me? And I realized that my grandmother grew up on a farm in Howard County, a couple hundred acres worth of land. And she had her older sister who still lived there. And we'd go up and visit my aunt more. And the cool thing about going to the farm is you turn off the 2-lane paved road onto the farm lane, and you drive along the farm lane and you go into some woods. Right smack in the middle of that woods was a branch. And that's what the folks up north call a creek, a branch. So we didn't cross over the branch, we crossed through the branch to get to the farmhouse. And I realized much later in life that the drainage area, the water drainage area for that particular creek was sufficient enough that if it rained hard, that creek would rise. And the rising creek would be whether or not Grandma could get to the farm or off the farm. So later in life, my grandmother would use that sort of experience as a measure of all possibilities of things to come. So there's that part of the parable. Now there's this thing called feng shui, which I'm sure everyone's heard of. And for thousands of years, the Chinese have embraced the practice of feng shui for locating and placing any object in any context. It could be a house, it could be a 10,000 square foot or a 100,000 square foot factory, or it could be a pen set on your desk. But feng shui literally translates into the way of wind and water. And the idea is that the proper location determines the best enhancement of receiving positive energy and deflecting negative energy. So say you're a farmer with pastures and cropland in a river valley, and during the spring snowmelt, the river is known to flood. And to protect your dwelling and your barn and your farm animals, you're going to want to build up as high off that river plain on this hillside as you can possibly get.
And that, you know, that's kind of a common sense sort of thing. Not to mention that if you have a high view from the hill, you've got a great view down to the valley. But to bring this back to 16 Murray Boulevard, we don't have hills in the low country. But what we do have is foundations. And we raise our houses on foundations to prevent them from flooding when we know that the creek water is going to rise. Now, I recently read where the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has determined the average level of sea level rise, the average rise of sea level along the US coast has been from 10 to 12 inches over the past 100 years. And the predictions are that our current climatic conditions, that rise will continue to be another foot. The difference is the time frame. It won't be 100 years, it'll be 30 years. So looking across the street from the Q's house, the city of Charleston has spent $65 million to improve Murray Boulevard, elevating the seawall 3 feet as a flood control feature. Now the Q's want to carry on that very same effort and that very same spirit by raising their house 2 foot 5 inches above sea level. And we feel like elevating Murray Boulevard, 16 Murray Boulevard, is going to be a one-time event. We got one shot to do this right. And we understand that there are preferred minimums, but the truth is, recently those minimums have changed, and we're trying to get out ahead of the changes in the future. So in summary, we think the height request is the right thing to do. The Q's are investing in Charleston for the long haul, and if God so wills it, and BAR Small don't object, they will be high and dry when that creek rises. And ladies and gentlemen, that creek will rise in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
So has anything changed since we last reviewed this?
No. What we did find out is that the previous finished floor elevation was pre-January 2021. So in actual effect, that floor elevation has gone down a foot as the VE level has stayed at 13. So we're going to 13 plus a foot, plus another foot, plus 1 foot 5 for structure to the lowest horizontal, I'm sorry, not 1 foot 5 for HVAC, to the lowest horizontal structural member.
I would just like to point out that I was not here last time, and I am Susan McHugh, so I'm a homeowner. And from what I understand, last time you all recommended that we take the proposal down a foot. So, you know, I had concerns about, you know, well, what does that mean for long-term, like me being able to insure the home? So we checked with our insurance company, which is a local insurance company, and that's the letter that you see here. So there are a number of companies, as you can tell, that would not insure our home if we raise it to the level that was suggested by the BAR last time. So it has to be a certain level above BFE or whatever.
Correct.
For me to have those options for insurance. So that is something that is important to me as a homeowner, of course. So that is something, when you're asking about what has changed, we kind of did a little bit more research to figure out, because when we do talk about your Charleston codes, which, you know, mirror FEMA, we're talking about minimums, not maximums, and we are certainly not by any means, from my understanding, and I'll defer to the architect and builder on this, anywhere near the maximums. We're not trying to go over whatever your height restrictions are here, but we are trying to at least meet your bare minimum, of course, but also be able to have an insurable home.
You seem to be kind of confused about what we're trying to do now.
We'll talk about it. Is it still their presentations? Questions?
Questions, yeah.
Well, we'll talk about it later. I think I've got it.
Frankie, can you go to the cover sheet of the notice? There's a lot of paperwork in the front end here, but the cover sheet basically has a diagram that shows what we're attempting to do right now.
Well, why don't I just ask you a question about
Sure.
that then? Because that's what I'm staring at. It seems like the height differential in question is because you're replacing your ductwork, but you're putting the ductwork again under the first floor,
That's
rather than through the first floor
That's
or
correct.
up above where it's even safer. So that is, and you're putting us in a position, where you're asking us to give you extra consideration because you're electing to leave the ductwork below the first floor system, which typically, I wouldn't do that if I was elevating a house. And that I know that the board wouldn't have sympathy for that because it's just not something that we typically.
I don't understand that. That's my experience to a T, is putting the ductwork under the house. I mean, I do all sorts of work in areas within the floodplain. And typically, we put the ductwork under the house.
New construction, I'll never do it. Put a 24-inch deep truss in there for the first floor, new construction, put it inside that truss. Keep it inside the cavity. I understand. On your graphic, you've got, I just want to find out, so the construction of the first floor is TJIs or is it open web
That's
truss?
correct.
It's TJIs.
No, it's existing open web.
It's open web trusses.
Right.
Okay.
And we followed up on your recommendation to consider a high velocity distribution system. And the contractor engaged in this project and his subcontractors have never installed one of these systems. In my 42 years of experience with residential design, I have never installed one of these systems. I do know, however, that they exist, and I also know that you need a fairly significant trunk line to feed all those little PVC taps. And now you can use your own experience to evaluate that, but I'm not sure that that's 100% whether you want.
All right, that's fine.
And like just in my experience as well, if it's not feasible, if there's not the height below the structure to accommodate ductwork, especially when you're replacing it, we shift to thinking, ceiling cassettes, just sort of kind of getting it up out of that area so it doesn't become necessary to elevate the house more. And I think that my sense has always been that this situation deserves more consideration and more lenience than most of what we see, most of the elevation projects we see, because it is effectively a new house, and I really appreciate that you're retaining it and reuse, recycle. I think it's going to be a great house. So I think even if you were to give a foot, you would still be getting more than we would give to a typical elevation request. Do you guys agree with that?
So, do you give any consideration to insurability?
Oh, you will meet the letter of what the Taylor Agency recommended.
But that's only if.
But then I have to move my ductwork somewhere else. Is that what you're telling me?
I think we're getting in the
Or,
weeds.
you can install ductwork below BFE, you just estimate, the ductwork just estimates certain requirements.
And that acknowledgement it accompanies this application, that the city does have provisions for floodproofing ductwork. Right. I wasn't sure if that was from the standpoint of a retrofit, which is not what we're doing here. We're actually elevating the structure as opposed to conditioning a structure that's already within the floodplain. So if it's possible to rely on the already acknowledged process that the city has in place, that's a different story.
Yeah, blue duct is permissible, period,
Right, yeah.
period, within a flood zone.
Well, you can't use, it has to meet certain requirements. It can't be flex, and it has to.
Correct.
It has to meet certain requirements, but
Again,
it can be introduced. It's just the lowest structural member has to be at or above DFE
Are there any other questions?
in a visa.
Yeah, this is a visa.
Yeah, I know, yeah, I'm sure it is a visa, yes.
It is.
David, what's the level that you're elevating to, how does that compare to the house next to it, the newer house?
The former, I think it's, the George and Sandra Fennell's old house at, the corner of Battery Place. They are at an elevation that we are approaching.
Okay.
Existing.
So you would be, your floor elevation would be no higher?
We would be no higher. In fact, the whole thing about this house that's kind of crazy is it's an 8-foot ceiling height on the first floor. So when you're talking about introducing sort of cassette systems or mini split systems or something, you're kind of getting into a realm of tampering with the interiors that we're trying to get away from by utilizing the existing distribution system that was designed for the house. In other words, putting the ducts under the house.
And again, from the start, I felt like they deserved some special consideration because they, in theory, could erase this and build something taller, based on
Yeah, my thought on this has
entitlements.
always been, our guidelines for raising buildings, they're tailored towards this building. This is not anything like the other two applications. And if this were brand new construction, where would they be at? So I look at this almost, you compare it to new construction, then you compare it to raising a historic house. So I don't really have a whole lot of
Do you want to wait until we get into board discussion?
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Any more questions for the applicant?
No.
All right. Anyone speaking from the public? And no written public comments submitted. Frank, if you give city staff comments and recommendations, please.
I've got some observations, but we really don't have comment. Reading on. We were mostly referencing that it was, the structure wasn't lowered for your previous motion. The only additional information I had was that for the building department, the lowest member of the structure, this has to be above DFE. And then I was repeating your board motion about lowering 1 foot. So we did not make an additional recommendation since that was the previous motion. So it was conceptual approval with that condition being met from the previous motion.
Okay, thank you, Frankie. Mr. Fisher or Ms. McHugh, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city? Staff comments?
The duct comments?
Oh, no, just the city staff comments. And then we'll go into board discussion.
No, thank you.
All right, public comment on the applicant's presentation is now closed. Now we'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Well, it's just to kind of build on what I was saying. I mean, if anyone's worried about setting precedent, I think that might be part of the worry here. Is that I don't think we're setting precedent because this is not a historic building. Our standards were designed for raising.
And I don't necessarily think I think we could differentiate it from other decisions where we regularly do not allow elevation above DFE.
And I would like to add that the site work that you got to the conceptual level, I think that's working really well. My only comment on that would be try to strike a balance between the contemporary architecture and the site elements so that you're not looking like you're taking this contemporary structure and dropping it down into Charleston card. So kind of those securities.
they'd be entitled to if there was nothing on the lot, but are you able to do that for the building? Do you need which?
Not without closing out my presentation.
You're looking at design. Sorry, just excuse us while I do some typing and things.
We're not emailing.
News stories. Well, okay, so.
It's 8 feet. First floor. Sorry. First floor is 8 feet. Ceiling height's 8 feet.
Oh, yeah, it's mean. Second floor is also.
I only know because my husband's 6'4", so he notices. He doesn't.
I'm just thinking about the height of the 3-story house and maybe a total of 12 feet.
I mean, maybe just that. Here. All right, so just us here now. What if
and you know, YouTube.
What if I made a motion for conceptual approval? Final review by staff.
We have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with final review by staff.
I'll second.
Bill, a motion to a vote. Fillmore.
They opposed.
Yeah, in favor.
Julia.
In favor.
O'Connor.
Yeah, in favor.
The chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Excuse me, 4 and 1 against. I apologize.
Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item 13 is 16 Nassau Street. Frankie will give us an introduction and overview.
Okay, 16 Nassau is not surveyed on the east side, circa 1890 in the Old City District. Requesting conceptual approval for a new rear porch and reconstruction of 2-story piazza. Sorry, my computer's getting tired. Existing site photos. Some context of Nassau. I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you. Johnny Tucker, architect, I'll be brief.
I will zoom out. Once I zoom in, it messes it all up. Can I offer you a snack?
Phil said it, so I second that.
I gave Bill a snack.
I'll be quick.
Points for staying under 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna be so brief, but obviously, you know, question me during, so I don't go on. So asbestos sided building, we're gonna remove the asbestos siding. It's an existing duplex. You'll see there's this piazza that was built in the 60s. That's all gonna be removed. So of course, duplex, we're turning it into single family, so that exterior stairway might reintroduce in the center there. We can go back to Sanborn if that's an issue. Fortunately, they gave me a date of when the piazza was rebuilt in concrete, 1967. So that's nice. Existing site plan, proposed site plan, you'll see it getting rid of a little bit of a porch section at the back. I don't think that's
that's historic, go back and see what we need to, right? Existing floor plans of bottom proposed at the top. That's what it is. Small porch at the back, let's see that in relation. Okay, existing elevations, removing all that stuff at the porch, piazza. Proposed, there is piazza infill, that's been an issue tonight. I think that since we have existing piazza infill, I'm sort of going with that concept and just making it nicer. Obviously comparing front, rebuilding piazza screen. I mean, it's all sort of a guess, but it's sort of nice inside there. That's it.
Questions for the applicant?
My question?
Yeah, I mean, the infill's there, he's building a piazza around it.
Yeah.
So,
My comment was,
So, no questions?
looks good to me.
And that was before? Any public comment? No. No written public comment. Frankie, city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Staff appreciate the proposed cleaning up of the existing facade and allowing the piazzas to be reinstated. We had suggestions to provide you detail to show where the previous balustrade was, but that's not a requirement. We're recommending conceptual approval with final review by staff.
Mr. Tucker, did you want to respond to anything? All right, we are in board discussion and vote. Julia, did you have a motion?
Yeah, you guys, anything you want to say?
I'll read my comment.
Scott?
The plan is a significant improvement. It would be nice to see the second floor front porch enclosure go away, but it currently exists, so I understand it can stay. Surround.
That's a nice one. I think Johnny's checked all the boxes. These are just some of my favorite ones to see a house like this turn around.
Yeah. All right, can I make a motion for preliminary approval with final review by staff?
Yes. Preliminary, we have a motion on the floor for preliminary approval with final review by staff. Do I have a second? Second. Bill, motion to a vote. Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
yeah, correct.
Julia? Yeah, in favor. Majority and motion passes unanimously.
Do you have time for a fable? Or no?
Okay, two more guys. Agenda item 14, 4 Archdale Street. Frankie, if you give us an introduction overview, please.
This is the category 1, Charleston Village, circa 1852 in the Old Historic District, requesting conceptual approval for hardscape alterations. Location, Archdale, some existing site photos, architecture inventory. Let's bring up to the applicant.
Okay, I'm Amanda Barton. I'm a landscape architect. Thanks, I'll be quick because I'm sure everybody wants to go home. Julie Hensley and I teamed up on this project, and we've done a inventory of Unitarian Churchyard. We inventoried all the plants, we've inventoried all the hardscape, not the monuments, and they wanted to do some different projects over time. So one of the first ones is to clean up the parterre area in the front. Now, I did a good amount of research in the archives, and we found lots of, I found letters referring to the churchyard and the garden. I didn't find any actual old drawings of it. The oldest thing we have is about an 1874 survey that they use for noting things on the changes. Nor was I able to find record of what plant materials were originally used. It said that Mrs. Gilman laid out a lot of the garden. And that she was influenced by Mount Auburn Cemetery in Massachusetts, which is a completely different kind of landscape than this. So we think it was probably plant materials. So they want to, we want to clean up the parterre area. There's a lot of issue with weeds and things, and just do a little bit of paving, connecting. Can we go to the site plan enlargement? Okay, so on this one, you see so you see the parterre up in the front, and there's an existing historic walkway along the sanctuary, and the parterre has largely been paved, and I don't know when that was done, but that's all with old Carolina brick. It's not historic material. And the large walkway you see going from towards Gage Hall up to the sanctuary, that was put in at some point, I believe, in the last 20 years. And so there's a very short section where it ends, and we want to just connect that pathway to the walkway along the sanctuary. And we want to put in paving on the far side of the parterre just to make it a little more functional. One thing they do want to be able to do is there's a few plant materials that are worth keeping in there. We're going to resod the parterres and remove the existing roses before we do that were put in with the Noisette Rose walk of 2000-ish, and put them in front of this monument, the one that's sort of an oval, and just relocate them while we do that. And one thing that they want to do is be able to put a tent up for when they have something happening inside the church. The sundial stays, we're not touching that. And eventually, hopefully that will no longer need to be used at all. We can maybe add some more plants back. And they're planning on doing some work to Gage Hall, and that's where ultimately we want to put the space for any type of gathering that would happen at the church. But that's only ways down the road. Anyone can use it at some point, and you're talking about that. So this would be, this area here is where ultimately any type of gathering space would be. So it's cleaning it up, adding some pavement.
Any questions from the applicant? We have no public comment. Frankie, can you city staff comments and recommendations, please?
We appreciate proposed changes to make the site more accessible. We're recommending final approval.
Ms. Barr, did you want to respond to anything?
Okay.
All right, we're in board discussion.
Just don't clean it up.
Oh,
I like kind of the overgrown.
trust me. But it's a fine line of
Yeah, I understand.
you know, it's by committee, right? Some people want it neater than others, some people want it flat. It's not easy.
I think the proposed is appropriate and it's actually very minor. I think we're just seeing space.
Yes, that's in the next item.
Bill, would you want to make a motion?
Make a motion for final approval.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor for final approval, and we have a second. Put the motion to, Julia already beat you to it.
It's all yours.
I already recorded you, so. Put the motion to a vote, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, the motion passed unanimously. Agenda item 15, 90 Cable Street.
Okay. Amanda Barton again. And KKVE, this one's kind of interesting. Now, again, I did some historical research. I wasn't able to find really any information about what the courtyard space looked like prior to the documentation for the National Register listings. And I've been through their archives a lot because I did work at Cumming Street Cemetery too. And all I know is that there was a large concrete sidewalk coming in through the gate on Hazel Street. I assume there was some planting historically, but probably just a grass panel with a little bit of perimeter planting. There's a tree right inside the wall on the Hazel Street side, and netters with the congregation redid that wall earlier this year. And we put in a root barrier, and we wanted to preserve the tree. Now, the tree isn't even very old. It was planted, the courtyard had, the garden area, which is the part to the far left, that was worked on by Robbie Chestnut back in the late 70s, early 80s. And that was the first time there was a memorial garden there, which isn't quite the same one as now in terms of who's being memorialized. And then Hugo came along and Sandy Byers did a plan in the mid-90s, early 90s. And then when they put the social hall in, which is the big building in the back part of the site, Wertimer and Associates came in and did what you see there now. So interestingly, the BAR approved plan had the brick area with the seating more where mine is. So I think there might have been an on-site construction change, and it got put in on the south side. And between the tree roots, and it's just awkward going in there. And so it made sense to just let that area be planted area, and we're flipping the paving to the other side where I believe it was intended to be in the first place. And they found during Hugo, particularly, not Hugo, God, I'm so tired. During COVID, they found that more people were staff might want to go outside and sit and eat, or religious ed class. So they're gonna have maybe 2 little cafe tables that'll be movable out there, and then just a backless waterfront park bench. So it's pretty simple.
Make a motion.
Any questions?
No public comment.
There's no public comment. Frankie, what was the state's recommendation?
I had an observation that we appreciate the changes, we're recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. I assume you had no comment. Bill, did you make a motion for final approval? Did I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Fillmore. All in favor of Bill's motion?
Aye.
None opposed. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.